Good
So
morning.
we have a public
Carla.
hearing to start with. So I'm going to give the chair's address and we'll see if there's any members of the public to speak to this public hearing. And then when complete, we'll move forward with planning and development. So bear with me, I'm going to read the chair's address.
Good morning.
This is a public hearing for proposed electoral area D official community plan amendment bylaw number 2603.20/2020 and zoning amendment bylaw 2455.42/2020. The proposed bylaw and related information, including written comments received to date, is available for review on the Regional District's webpage. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted before closure of the hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating via computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right-hand side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating via phone, please press 1 on your phone's keypad followed by number sign. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you're invited to speak. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of the public hearing. I will now ask Christopher Garish, Planning Manager, to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaw. Go ahead, please, Chris.
Sure, thank you. I do have a quick PowerPoint. Danny, if I'm able to share my screen, I can quickly run through it. Oh, there we go, perfect. Okay, sorry, I'm just getting set up here. So these, as the board is aware, these amendment bylaws are related to our ongoing residential zone review. This is phase 3. This is part of the background work that we're doing as part of supporting the preparation of a new zoning bylaw for the Okanagan electoral areas. And we've done a number of the other residential zone reviews, and now we're on to the comprehensive development zone in electoral area D. And as the board may be aware, CD zones are generally very similar to site-specific zonings in that they're tailored to address the needs of one particular property. As it happens, though, the CD zone in electoral area D is quite different. It's actually a single zone that, as you can see on this slide, has been applied to over 130 different properties. And so that presents some challenges in terms of interpretation, as well as, I think, building out some of these parcels. So you can see the main concentration of the existing CD zone is on McLean Creek Road, where there's over 100 parcels. There's another one north on East Side Road near the border with Penticton. And then again, just off the East Side Road on Reset Way, where there's another 30 parcels. Now, in reviewing the CD zone, it's primarily a residential zone. It contemplates different forms of density in terms of single detached, duplex, and apartment buildings / townhouses. It's been in place since 1998. And for the most part, the sites that have been developed since the introduction of this zone have been developed to single detached homes. The example I'm showing here is a picture from a few years ago of Bighorn Mountain Estates, just outside of OK Falls. And we feel, for the most part, that where parcels have already been built out to single detached, the CD zone is no longer required, and that these locations can be better accommodated through other existing residential zones in the bylaw. And in the example of Bighorn Mountain Estates, that would be the RS2 zone. There was, in relation to the Reset Way, though, a bit more of a challenge because there are a number of undeveloped parcels. And we did notify affected property owners of the changes that were being proposed. And a number of them on Reset Way came and had discussions with staff about their proposed development of these sites and what zones might best accommodate that. And for the most part, we came to the conclusion that some form of CD zone was appropriate to be retained on these ones, so that they did have the flexibility to pursue their development plans that they've been working on. So we are proposing that 3 new CD zones be created and be applied to the properties that you can see highlighted in yellow here. And then finally, just because of the ongoing work with the single zoning bylaw, we noticed that in recommending that some of these parcels go to RS2, that there's really no longer much of a difference in the bylaw between the RS1 and the RS2 zones in Area D. Really, the only difference left at this point is a rear setback for principal buildings, which in the RS1 is 7.5 meters and in the RS2 is 6 meters. We don't think this is enough to justify the retention of 2 zones, so we're proposing that these zones be combined into one, and that the rear setback for principal buildings be standardized at 7.5 meters. And that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chris. I now declare the public hearing open and ask if there is anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. I'm having a look at the call-in people, which is all staff. Okay, I'm going to ask a second time if there's anyone present who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw. And I'll ask a third and final time if there's anyone present who wishes to speak. Danny, am I missing anyone? No. Okay, seeing that there is no one present to speak, I declare the public hearing closed at 9:07 a.m. Thank you very much, everyone. And just before we get started with planning and development, I'd like to welcome Director CJ Rhodes, who is filling in for Director McCordoff today. Welcome, CJ. And here in the boardroom with me are Directors Gettins and Director Sentis, joining us here, and CIO Newell is in the boardroom, and IT Manager Danny Francisco. The rest of the staff are in their offices. So we are going to go now to planning and development, and I will turn things over to Chair Knodel. Go ahead, please, Chair Knodel.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I'd like to ask for a motion to accept the agenda for the planning and development meeting. I see Director Bush and Director Holmes. Thank you. So this is an information meeting on building permits and bylaws. So I will open it up for to the CAO. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we've been working on budget, and during the budget process, Director Pendergraft noticed that we're good for 2021, but the pending requisition for 2022 was noticeable. So we've looked at what we might do to mitigate that. I mean, there's some structural problems there, in that over the past few years, we've been relying on the stabilization reserve and surpluses to reduce the impact on fees and charges and requisitions. So by 2022, those are somewhat limited. In fact, in 2021, we'll use up the majority of the available reserve with the committed amount for the new development services software that's coming in. So by 2022, we don't have those other revenue sources to mitigate the potential costs. So we've got our manager of inspection and bylaw enforcement ready to present on that, Mr. Chair. And the intent is that we give some additional information so the committee can speak knowledgeably about it, and then look for some solutions as to what we can do going forward. So I'll ask if Laura Miller is available and can put her presentation up, Mr. Chair.
By all means.
Got Laura, Danny?
Good morning. I just was unmuted now, so I will put my PowerPoint up. Okay, so this is just a short PowerPoint, and it just summarized some of the key points that were in the report. Can everybody see that?
The big green blob on it, but other than that, there we go.
Or can you swap your displays?
How would I do that?
Display setting right in the corner of, it says show taskbar, display settings, left-hand side,
Okay.
one, you were there.
Show. Okay, so display settings. Okay.
Change that to duplicate.
Better?
We'll be in a sec, thank you.
Okay.
That's looking better.
Okay. Is it good?
Yeah,
That
carry
looked
on.
Okay. All right. So short PowerPoint just summarizing the key points. So these were the goals that were identified. So reducing the building permit processing time, and then increasing permit revenue and reduction of the tax requisition. So the table there sets out our average timelines for the last 3 years for getting a permit issued from the time it was received to the time it goes out the door. And there's different stages to the permit issuing process. So it comes in, it takes time to get it entered into the computer. It goes to planning for the zone check, and then it goes to the building officials. So you can see at the front end, getting the permit entered and getting it through planning is taking a bit of time. And some of that was due to staff shortages. Some of it this year was due to the COVID and the ransomware. So the building officials itself, it's generally taking down to 3 weeks, it looks like. So, and then with Avocet, as I set out in the report, it's going to increase the front end with the administrative work, getting the permit entered, and a lot of the time involved, it has to do with the document management system, getting documents scanned and uploaded, and it's just a really cumbersome process. As far as the current level of inspections, with all our member municipalities, we're all pretty much doing the same level of inspections. So I'd really like to have our software implemented to see what kind of efficiencies can be gained before we start reducing our levels of inspection. So that is supposed to be implemented in March. So if that's what they say, so possibly June or July. Buildings are more complex and do require more oversight and are knowledgeable building officials. We do have 3 level 3 building officials and 1 level 2. So we're really lucky that we have the knowledge that we do have. As far as the deferred permit revenue, back in 2006, we had this same discussion because our surplus was being depleted. And we had the same type of workshop in November of 2006, and we came to the philosophy that we would have a 70% user pay and 30% tax requisition. And that was based on all our time is not necessarily devoted to building permit issuance. There's a lot of administrative time. Future owners of homes, we get inquiries from realtors, banks, insurance companies. So it is a service we provide. It's not directly just user pay. So these numbers are a little bit different from what was in your report. The report had, in the second column, it had a 30% increase from last year's budget, but this number in the second column there is based on a 30% tax requisition of the entire budget. And you can see the numbers per average household do go up. The variance is on the far side. So the highest one is $30 per household to paying for building inspection service. And also at the bottom, you'll see user fees. We have to increase our fees as well. So tax requisition of 304, user fees of 710,000, based on a budget of just over $1 million. So we do need to increase our fees. So we have some options. We can increase our current permit fee is $12 per thousand, and that is our member municipalities range from $10 to $12 per thousand. And so if we increase to $13 or $14 per thousand, we'd be the highest in the region. We could also increase the construction cost valuation, and this table shows our current costs, so they are a little low, and we are actually looking at changing that. It was on our work plan for January to up that. We're just waiting for the newest RS Means cost estimating book, or we could do a combination of the two. So this top row sets out a current building permit fee based on the $12 per thousand and the current valuation. So basic house, 1,200 square foot with a finished basement and an attached garage. So under their current valuation and construction value, a permit fee would be $3,600, and it rises substantially if you go to the 12, as you go across the top, 12 and a half, $12.50, $13, $14. And then if you increase that, just the one valuation for the main portion of the home to $150 per square foot, it also increases substantially. So we could do a combination of the two or one or the other. And so we have our annual construction value is 50 million, and average number of permits ranges from 450 to 500. And these are some other options that we can do to increase revenue. I added in the Penticton 2021 rates that just came out this last week. So just as a comparison to show what they're charging compared to what we could possibly charge. There are some fees here that we don't charge at all right now. So administrative fee charged $25 per permit. We're getting an increase of $12,500 per year. And that's the presentation. So if anyone have any questions, I can put this slide back up. Actually, I'm going to stop sharing.
I've lost audio here. I don't know whether.
Okay.
So were there any questions, or did I?
Director Coyne's got his hand up, Director Knoll.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've lost audio there for a minute.
Oh.
Director Coyne?
Oh. you're on
What
mute, Bob.
services would real estate agents use from the building department, and why would they not have to pay a service fee for that?
Realtors, they check to make sure that there were permits issued, that there's no outstanding deficiencies, whether there's a notice on the title. So they're just doing their due diligence to make sure that any purchaser isn't purchasing a property with a problem. And if they need copies of any documents or we have to pull archived files, there is a fee for that.
Okay. Anybody else?
I don't see any other hand. Oh, Director Coyne again?
So I recall having this conversation a few years ago. We knew this was going to happen inevitably by using up reserves. So I actually prefer to see us raise the price per square foot of the permit itself, say from $12 to $13, rather than try and depend on reserves that obviously aren't going to last.
Director Knoll, I've got my hand raised.
Oh, yeah. Would you go ahead, please, Director Kovacevic?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Director Coyne on increasing the permit fee. I think $13 is a good start. And I just wanted to clarify with Ms. Miller that with the chart that shows that we are higher than, say, City of Penticton and others, my understanding is based on your report, that's because we have a greater travel distance. We have more costs with the travel costs for the inspectors throughout the whole region. Is that correct?
Yes, we definitely have higher travel costs based on the size. Most of the other municipalities are traveling within a municipality, so 5-minute drive compared to an hour-and-a-half drive.
Right. Okay, thank you.
All right, at this point, I don't see any other hands, but I do have a question. And could you educate me, please, on why the difference in increases from one area to the other?
As far as the variance for the electoral areas?
Yes, please.
That would be a question for Jim Zaffino. I think he might be on. He might be able to jump in and answer that question.
He is on.
If you would, please, Mr. Zaffino.
Just gonna unmute him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hear you now, sir.
Okay, sorry, I had somebody in here. What was the question?
The difference in increase of cost for building permits from variance from one area to the other.
Yeah, that's correct. So,
Yeah, the question is why, Jim?
okay, I have no idea why. I could speculate, but I would just be guessing why there's a reason.
Oh, so let me take a shot at that, Mr. Chair. So when we requisition funds based on a service establishment bylaw, it applies the formula across all of the participating areas. So where we indicate that there's a certain amount of a requisition coming from a certain area, that would just be the assessment from that area. So the assessment in area A for the ratepayers that are paying out of there may be a little bit different from that in area C. Each of our electoral areas are distinct, so the amount won't be the same that we're taking from each area, but it's based on the land and improvements from those participating.
Okay, that's fair enough. It just seems like there's some large discrepancies there. Very good. Director Pendergraft, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I could shed a little bit of light on this as well. This service with building inspection is one that is based on a 5-year average. So that's where the bigger part of the variance comes in. It's because of that 5-year average on the number of building permits each year from each specific electoral area. A few years ago, I think it was 2017 or 2018, Area C, as an example, had one huge building permit application that was $250,000 for the permit alone. So that raised Area C's average considerably. So that might be something we need to look at overall too, is that 5-year averaging method.
Thank you very much for that, Director Pendergraft. Are there any other questions at this time?
Yeah, Director Gettens has one. Director Knoll?
You go ahead, Director Gettens, please.
Thank you, Chair. When you do the 5-year average, I'm just curious, do they take out the highest and the lowest of the year and then just do the 3? You know how when you do an average, take out the highest and lowest? Do they do
No,
that?
I
Or
don't think so. So that's on the fees and charges part.
okay,
But no, I think they include everything.
they include everything. Okay, thank you.
So I guess the other question, Director Knodel, is everybody still all right with that 70-30 split? Or did you want to start tinkering with the formula?
I think we should be taking a look at the formula. It's definitely worth a discussion at this point, but I'm not familiar enough with that program to venture an opinion myself. At that, are there any other questions? Director Coyne?
So on that note, I guess, Laura, when our building inspector travels to, let's say he's at Tulameen on Wednesday and on Thursday he's at Eastgate, is it 30% that covers that couple of hour traveling cost to and from each inspection?
The travel costs are included with the permit fee, so the user pay portion. The 30% would be more the administrative costs.
Again, Director Coyne?
That same $12 a square foot covers the if the inspection is close to town or a distance from town. There's no rate difference there, is there?
No rate difference determined by mileage. It's just the flat rate.
It's just administration.
Any other questions at this time? I don't see any other hands. At this point, I will ask for adjournment of this meeting. Moved by Director Bush. Anyone second? Mr. Coyne, Director Coyne, thank you. We're adjourned.
Okay, thank you. That takes us on to the next meeting then, which is Environment and Infrastructure, and I'll turn things over to Director Gettens.
Thank you, Chair. Can I get a motion, please, to accept the agenda for today's meeting? Thank you, Director Bush and Director Knoto. And I will just re-forward a CAO about the Mosquito Control Program expense allowance, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we had sort of an introductory discussion about the mosquito control program a little while ago, and we needed some additional information. So we've asked our manager of engineering services to come back with sort of what the existing program is now and some of the idiosyncrasies of how we establish the fee for certain areas. And we wanted to have a better look, a more knowledgeable discussion on the program once we had some additional information. So we've got Lisa Bloomfield lined up with a PowerPoint, and she'll take committee through that, Madam Chair, and then we can have a good discussion about it.
Great, thank you. Over to you, Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me just get up my presentation here. That is the wrong one. What is going on? There we go. Much better. All right. So basically what what this presentation is going to go over is some of the questions that were raised during the last meeting at the board. So I'm just going to talk about how the apportionment of expenses are done, some of the errors that we had with the initial 2021 budget figures, and how we're looking at how we are calculating it now, which is a much more accurate way to do it. So the mosquito control apportionment has a bylaw, and the way it's apportioned is based on an average of 3 years time spent in the participating areas. So we have the ability to track the larvicide use and sites treated. A lot of the initial work was just based on the actual hectares treated, or the hectares, the hectares treated and how much larvicide was used. And in order to convert it to looking at the time spent, they assumed that the amount of hectares treated was proportional to the amount of time spent in the area. So if an area had about 10% of all of the treatment done, it was assumed that about 10% of the time was spent in that area. Before I get into the apportionment, the first error that happened this year, the first draft of the budget that came out in November, we unfortunately had some incorrect data. We're not really sure how it happened. Could have been the ransomware attack, but something happened with the database, and we had very strange data that came out of it, but there's a few thousand lines of data, and we didn't initially see the errors. There was a combination of 2019, 2020 data in it, and there was missing information, duplicates. So all of the calculations were not correct. When we presented the info to finance, they just ran their numbers, put it in the budgets, but unfortunately the numbers we gave them were not correct. So looking at the numbers, these are the ones that should have been in the first draft of the budget documents that were provided in November. So you can see some of them are vastly different than what was initially presented. And that's because of the 3-year average over the years was very skewed because of the overlapping and the duplicates and missing data. So back to the hectares treated. So the Ministry of Environment reporting that we do for the pest management plan, the ministry wants detailed data on the hectares treated. They also want wind and temperature readings on the areas. They want to know the total kilograms of larvicide applied, but they don't really care about our number of sites visited. So the program was basically historically based on that fact. We didn't have something that tracked all of the sites independently. In 2015, when we took over, we were realizing that there was not accurate enough data. So we started to look at other ways of recording data. So the different method we're using now is we've worked with GIS over the years, and we have something called the Collector app. And in 2019 and 2020, it was further refined, and we have increased accuracy now in recording the hectares. They take something on site with them, and while they're standing there, they can actually draw out the polygon for where they're treating. And it also has the ability to track all of their site visits, whether they are treatment visits or just monitoring visits, which are important to go and see if there's larvicide there. But if there isn't, then they don't treat it. So this is a tool that they carry with them, and they can do it right in the field as opposed to coming and doing it at the end of the day. So what we have now is we know that we have the total number of sites visited, and we have the total hours worked. So I went through and updated the calculations. So we also did a comparison for the hectares treated allocation, the way it has been being done for years. What they would do is, like I said, it was a kind of a proportional thing, that the amount of hectares treated was equivalent to the time worked. But unfortunately, it does not equal the same. It is very different. And because when you look at just the hectares treated, it doesn't account for the monitoring visits. So what I've got is I've just got an example here just to sort of illustrate what this means. So looking at area A and area I, using the % hectares treated method, there's total hectares treated in area A was about 77 hectares. In area I was about 29 hectares. So looking at the total allocation based on the total number of hectares treated that year, 8% were in area A, 3% were in area I. So if you proportion the cost out that way, it would end up with almost 14,000 and about 6,000. So when I looked at the time spent, which is a much more accurate way of recording the times, there was a total of 70 monitoring visits in area A, 43 in area I, and 32 treatment visits in area A, but 67 in area I. The total number of visits were about the same, but the hectares treated in area A was much larger. The sites were a little larger than area C. So you could see that based on the percentages, they are much more accurate at this point when we look at the full amount of time spent on site. So the total costs are proportioned much differently, just over 10,000 and almost 16,000. So this is what the difference is now. It's based on the actual time spent based on all of the site visits. And this is a summary of all of the different the time spent in all sites for the different areas, as well as the hectares treated. And the column with the green at the top, that's what is currently in the budget right now. And that also includes the program change request at this point. But you can see that there is quite a difference in the allocation methods. So this is all I've got for my presentation for the mosquito control.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Bloomfield. Are there any questions? Maybe if you can use your little hand, that might be helpful, because the screen is still up. Okay, thank you. Director Monteith?
Thank you to the chair. I was wondering if there's any other ways of reworking the bylaw to be able to make it a little more fair, or I'm not sure how the board is, but I'm concerned that maybe some areas are getting service more than others, or I'm not sure. We only got like a little snapshot of the 2 area visits. I'm wondering about overall visits to all the areas. Is it balanced now, or do you still see some inadequacies?
Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Bloomfield.
Pardon me? Is that you directing that one? Okay. Yeah, there is quite a difference in the amount of site visits to the different areas. It's based on the number of sites that we have to treat, and basically the amount of floodwaters we're seeing, and the number of requests for people to come out. I do have another slide that actually does show the number of site visits that I will put up right now. So let me share my screen again here. There we go. Okay, this here shows, let me just make sure, yep, it's the right one. Okay, this one shows the number of site visits in 2019 and 2020 that were in the different areas. You can see the monitoring visits are significant in some of the areas, whereas the treatment ones are fairly consistent. This is the difference. Area C had a significant number of visits due to a bunch of the extra water that was there. But this is how it was split out over the last couple of years.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Director Monteith? Director Monteith, are you still there? We'll go on to the next question. See if she comes back. Go ahead, Director Olbrich.
Yes, thank you very much to the chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Wonderful. I wanted to say thank you very much to staff. This information is fascinating. It's relevant. It's important. I agree with Director Monteith that we want to be fair. And I'm happy for Area G. I'm seeing that we're getting some adjustments here that I think help the taxpayers out there maybe get a more fair cost. I'm concerned for Area C. My question is, I don't know if Lisa knows, but how far does a mosquito fly? The Willowbrook mosquitoes, do they come to OK Falls? Do the Coston mosquitoes come over the mountains into Summerland or Culloden? I'm just curious what the range is. Obviously, we're not treating mosquitoes in Edmonton. I know they're much worse there. But I'm curious what the range is, because I think when electoral areas are concerned about their individual costs, we do have boundaries which are not respectful of things like money. And sometimes we have overlap with concern. And so our boundaries on mosquito control is a good example. And I don't know what the answer is. Maybe we can do things that give us good outcomes and respect the electoral areas that maybe want a different level of control. So I don't know if you can speak to that, but that's the essence of my question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Bloomfield.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, some adult female mosquitoes can actually fly up to 20 miles looking for their meal for breeding. So they definitely can cross boundaries of areas.
Okay, great, thank you. Next I've got Holmes, Ninkazakevich, Bush, and Vasilaki. So go ahead, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a little concerned that we're swapping one incorrect assumption with another incorrect assumption, because I don't necessarily think, I mean, for budgeting purposes, what we're really concerned about is the money spent, not necessarily the time spent, and not necessarily the hectares treated. You could spend very little time at a place if you're using helicopters, and what are the costs of those helicopters? So I think we really need to focus on what it is we're talking about, and that's how much money is spent in each area. And so I don't know if that might be some sort of combination of the time spent and the hectares treated, but I think we need to figure out how to really accurately look at the money spent. That's how we divided fairly, because surely it's not just the time. So I don't know if you have a comment on that. And the other thing I'd like to put out there is the program costs are increasing year on year, and so I think we should be looking at how can we reduce the costs of the programs for everybody.
Great, thanks, Director Holmes. Ms. Bloomfield, do you have a comment on that?
Not really. We do it based on what the bylaw tells us to do. If there's a preferred method to do it differently, then that is how we would look at it.
All right, I'll give it over to the CAO.
So this is a discretionary program. So if the board were to say don't spend any more than a certain amount, we would tailor our program to not spend any more than a certain amount.
Okay, great. Thank you, Director Kosakevich.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Sorry, could I follow up?
Sure, go ahead.
My first point about how do we, the best way to establish the actual costs that are being spent. Why it's not just staff time, right? How do you factor in the other costs of the program?
Do you like me to answer?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the other, it's all based on the percentage of time. It's not just the wages that we do. It's we take the whole budget, and based on the time spent, we take the whole budget, and that's what gets proportioned out. We don't look at the individual cost of the pesticide in each area, or which ones get the helicopter flights. We don't break them out that way. It's only just based on the total time spent calculated in each area, because that's how the bylaw tells us to do it.
Thank you. Director Kozakovich?
Yeah, thank you. So if we looked at a certain amount a year that the board is comfortable being spent, and then we proportion it out, the chart that you had up, Lisa, that had the monitoring and treatment visits, and it showed 2019 and 2020. What didn't make sense to me is looking at the report. What caught my eye was Area G didn't seem to have a lot for 2019 and 2020, yet their cost is quite significant. Is that because they had years prior to 2019 with way more visits and treatments done? Because I see this 25,000 or 26,000 corrected in the first draft seems a lot higher than some of the other areas that I'm thinking might have had more, looked like they had more visits.
Yes, 2018 actually was quite high.
Okay, and is it, sorry, is it 3 years that we based it on, or 5 years?
This one's 3.
3? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Director Bush, and just a reminder that if you're done with your question, put your hand down, please. Thank you. Director Bush?
Yeah, so I want to know about the complaint activation part. Like, what do we do when people phone in and say, hey, we got mosquitoes? Is there a process or what?
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we get the complaint in, and then we write them in our list of sites. We go and take a look at it and see what needs to be treated, and then we get them to sign a permission to treat, and we'll go out and monitor the site. We'll go and take an initial look, see if there's mosquitoes, do an initial treatment, and then we go back and monitor it depending on the actual circumstance. If there's a lot of water that stays for a long period of time, it might require more visits.
Great, thank you. Director Vasilaki?
Thank you very much. My question has to do with Penticton. How do you determine which areas you're going to go at, and who gives you those areas to make sure that the mosquitoes are taken care of? Is it yourselves that determine that, or maybe a staff from the city of Penticton? I'd like to know what the process is, please. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you. Yeah, like I said before, it's all based on requests. We get most of it is from individual homeowners. For Penticton itself, it's Coyote Cruises. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And
yeah.
Excuse me, a follow-up, please, if I may. Is that the only area that is being treated? Is the area where Coyote Cruises are?
It isn't just, it's around that entire area. It's the development along there.
Along the river channel, is that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. Director Canoto, please.
This is one of these programs I think that was started with all good intentions, but it's kind of grown into a vampire without the area director having any control over it. It just spirals out of control here for Area C and for Area B, and I'm sure a couple of others too. We may end up having to take a look at not only how this budgeting is going, but on our methods of control. And some time back, I had a chat with Zoe Kirk about other alternative control method, then maybe it's time that we start taking them a little more serious. But in the meantime, we're going to have to revisit this budget thing, because the way it's going, it's not sustainable for Area C, and I'm sure it's not for Area B either. So with that, I'll turn it back.
Okay, thank you, Director Knoll. Director Holmes, do you have another question?
Please. So I just want to understand what the situation is here. So we can't base the budget on actual cost, because the bylaw is not written that way. So the proposal is to change the funding protocol from based on hectares treated to time spent on visits, which throws kind of the historical data all out of whack and changes everything for everybody. Is there any reason why we can't have some sort of combination of time spent on visits and hectare treated to make it a little more balanced?
CEO, or over to Lisa?
I'd put that to Ms. Bloomfield first.
Okay, I'm going to go over to Ms. Bloomfield, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we could do some kind of a more detailed breakdown. It really depends on how long, how much time we need to spend on for the analysis. We're trying to make it as simple as possible, and the time before, when it was just reported as hectares treated, it was actually just treated as the time. Even though it was reported the percentage of hectares, it was actually thought to be the percentage of the time. So this is a correction of that error, and this is the actual percentage of time spent.
Thank you, Ms. Bloomfield. CAO?
So I understand the pressure on budgets. This program would be sort of like whack-a-mole. If you start really just arbitrarily saying don't spend any more than this amount of money in this area, it's going to pop up somewhere else. So if we're going to change the formula, that would be fine. I think we need to have something that's going to take into account the evolving nature of water and where it is in one year versus the next year, and there's going to be varying amounts of time required, really based on how much water is in, or how many untreated water sources are reported. So there's lots of variables to take into account, and I'd hate to see us treat a complex problem with a simple solution. I don't know if that's going to work. So we can certainly look at options as to how it might be allocated more efficiently, but I wouldn't want to make any rash decisions right now on. I think if for 2021, if the board were just to say reduce the budget amount to this, we'll plan our program around that. But I think for longer term, we want to have some rational, supportable methodology as to how costs are allocated.
That makes sense. But I think time is what we pay for, and then what happens in that time is not really the cost that we can control. We can just control our staff, the cost of our staff time, and like that's what we can measure more easily than what we're actually doing during that time. And then maybe it's also something to think about with, like you're just saying about the flooding, and that might vary from area to area. So maybe we need an emergency type fund when somebody's under floods. Maybe maybe that's something that we have to do a little bit differently. I don't know. So we're not looking for a motion or anything at the moment. Is that correct? We're just information.
Our report is for information,
Okay.
Madam Chair. So unless somebody wanted to put something for us to do.
Okay, I just want to. I've got two more hands that I can see here, so I'll go to Director Pendergraft, please, and just our Director Knoll, if that's left over, if you can just take that down and over to you, Director.
That's a new question. That's a new question. If I may, we may have to just look at something as simple as putting a cap on so we don't get carried away with these budgets in a course of bad years, sort of like what happened to Area C with the building permit thing. That was a one-of, and we also had the flooding that was a one-of. The other thing we may have to do, given the ability of these little long haulers to be able to travel that far, we may have to spread the budget considerably more. I didn't realize that they could travel more than I do. So I'm really willing to share those mosquitoes with everyone, but I wish they'd move a little more permanently. That being said, it may look at a bigger share in the budget. Obviously, I'm not just taking care of my own area, which was a considerable concern as 3,500 residents. How much do I pass over to the town now? 20 miles, that takes them to Penticton. It well includes Asuyas too. This is a bigger issue now, realizing the travel. It also puts a little bit of expediency to the idea that we start looking at the alternatives. And there are alternatives out there that are available to us. Like all things, they take money to get started, but I'd be willing to redirect some money from my current budget into the alternatives to get them going. That's a couple of the suggestions that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Knodel. Director Pendergraft, please.
Yeah, I do have one question about the hectares treated. I was wondering if that's total number of hectares treated. Is that 10 hectares treated 11 times, so it means 70 hectares treated, or is that 70 hectares overall? And do you understand what I'm asking?
So, Ms. Bloomfield?
Yes. If a site was treated more than once and it was 10 hectares, it would count as 10 hectares and another 10 hectares. So it would be 20.
Okay. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. And then over to Director Bush, please.
Thank you. So I want to ask about the $18,000 increase that we voted on so far. What is that going to give us? Thank you.
Ms. Bloomfield?
Thank you, Chair. That amount will give us the extra staff time. For the last few years, we have been covering the extra staff time out of operational reserves and through savings from other line items in the budgets. But when we have the calls and we need the staff out, because we have had them start in early March this last year, we did have an increase in our staff budget. So this kind of just brings it more formally, allows us to have that time with them instead of having to go to reserves.
Great. So I don't see any other further questions. So if we're okay, I'll move on to the next agenda item.
Oh, can I do
Yes, thank you,
parting
CEO.
shot,
Sure.
Madam Chair?
Pardon?
One parting shot.
Okay.
So the budget bylaw is coming back, hopefully at the first meeting in January. So if a member was contemplating over the Christmas season about how much they want to spend on mosquito control, there could be a changes made at that point before we go out for consultation. And then again, once consultation is done, the budget bylaw will come back with the information we've received from the public, but also if you wanted to make changes from your positions at the table, you'll have a second shot at it there. And then hopefully, once we get second reading done, we can sort of lock it in and get it ready for third and adoption so we can get it into the province. But you will have 2 more opportunities at budget on any of your programs.
Great. Thank you, CEO. Okay, saying no further questions, we're going to head down to the agricultural wood chipping program. Over to the CAO, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, and we have a presentation on this too, and I'm not sure if this was Ms. Bloomfield or Mr. Reeder that was going to be doing wood chipping. But this is an interesting program as well, in that well, maybe I'll let, can I ask, Madam Chair? So, Lisa, is this you doing wood chipping or is this Andrew? Or nobody?
Nobody. Oh, Andrew has his hand up.
Okay,
so
so it'll be Andrew. So Mr. Reader will go into sort of the history of it, but it's an odd program in that we started out as an air quality coalition type of discussion about how we can control open burning to improve air quality. And as those older members on the board will recall, we never really had an air quality service. It was started out as a pilot project with Cord and Nord, and eventually it blew up, and we never did get a service established. And then we had started a process to do a really intensive review of the open burning bylaw, and that never completed. So it's sort of an orphan type of a program. We've attached it to our landfills, and it's evolved sort of from there. It's more popular sometimes than others, and of course with the burning ban that came out with the pandemic, that put additional attention onto it. But it's not cheap, and it's another one of these where we should get some additional information on the existing program, and then the board can have a knowledgeable discussion on it. So we'll turn it over to Mr. Reader, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Mr. Reader?
Thank you. So I've got a bit of a presentation. I think some of it the CAO has already covered, but essentially what I was hoping to do is just really start some discussion. I wanted to give an introduction to what the program was about, some of the history, how the program works, and then if there were any changes that the program that the board would like us to investigate, we'd certainly be happy to do that. But what we would hope to do is do that through a separate report. Just to briefly cover recap what the chair has said, or sorry, the CAO has said, is that this was a remnant of our air quality program. The program currently is funded through our Camel Mountain landfill, all of our landfill, and our Area A refuse budget. And these are line items in those specific budgets. And the participants in those budgets are the ones who receive service. The program is currently subsidized by 75%, where the quarter cost is covered by the orchardist. So this is just a picture of what one fire can cause in terms of havoc in air quality. Gives you an idea about what we're trying to prevent. Some of the existing incentives that are there in terms of air quality that are at our landfills are that we have 500 kilograms of free yard waste, and that's applicable to anybody who brings yard waste to the facility. There are free agricultural organics and plastics that are received at the landfills, and those volumes are unlimited. And then we obviously subsidize the agricultural chipping program. We currently don't have any smoke control regulation bylaws, so this is simply an incentive program and not a punitive one. We currently have a chipping contract for small sites, and this is just for, I guess, preferential pricing. And we also have a similar contract for large item or large areas which use a different type of grinder. So I'll just show you what that looks like. So for the smaller ones, we have the smaller trailer mount grinders, and this is often combined with a wood salvage. And this is what it looks like here. These are examples of orchards. And this is actually, I think, at our landfill, but this is the same type of operation that we have where we have a larger grinder, and that's for some of the larger orchards. And this is typically over 5 acres. Some of the recent changes that we've made to the program include funding for forced air burners, expanding the program to include land clearing. And then some of the issues that we're experiencing now, and the larger one that has happened this year was that with COVID-19, there was a burning ban for the majority of the year, and that caused the program to be expanded in its use. When we have replanting programs where they're funded, we often see surges in the program. And then we have difficult properties to access, especially some of the larger orchards where there's access issues. Bringing those big grinders to the sites are often troublesome. When we have large jobs, that typically uses up our entire budget. So we could have one job that could use the entire budget for a year for a specific area. And then often we have a large number of quotes, but no actual work that's actually completed. So the contractors will provide a quote to the orchardist before a burn is conducted, and then no work is actually completed. When we actually went out this year to look at attaining preferential pricing for our chipping program, we actually looked at a similar option for first air burning. We had no contractors come forward or had interest in providing that service. We will work, however, with funding growers that wish to rent forced air burning equipment. And then one of the other challenges that's come about this year is with the land clearing option is that we're seeing agricultural land being, I guess, requests for clearing of trees, but these trees are not for agricultural purposes. So as an example, we have one proponent who's asking for, I think there's $80,000 worth of trees to be ground, and we would pay a quarter of that cost, but those trees aren't actually going to enhance his agricultural practice. They're really more for he wants to have a buffer around his area for fire protection. And that's my presentation. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Director Roberts, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and thank you. Andrew, a question, and I saw the EOI, and again, my interest in our particular area, because again, I don't see a lot of the grinders, the chippers, other than that's, you know, at small scale. It seems mostly around here, you know, people are burning. And then I, as a orchardist, have my opinions as well, which I like and how I operate. Now, the question in regards to the EOI, it's, for instance, I didn't see anything come up on Civic Ready or in the newspapers at all. Where does someone find, like, for instance, you got a lot of small operators out this way that may be interested when you said things about the carpet burner and or trench burning, those kinds of things. And, you know, I've heard people, you know, kind of discussing these things, but again, I never saw anything, and it may be where I read or whatever. I'm mostly getting digital stuff from the newspapers and or our local paper, and of course Civic Ready. So when you stated that the EOI had absolutely nobody connect with it, where and how is that done? Especially like overall in regards to many of our things that we deal with. Just asking a question because I don't know the answer.
Great, thank you. Mr. Reader.
So it would definitely have been done on BC bids for sure. Whether or not, I can't tell you what our local, I can't remember offhand, to be honest with you, and I can get back to you on this. What local papers were we advertised? Certainly happy to provide that to you. I just don't recall offhand. I know BC bids was certainly one of them because we do that with every one of our bids.
Great. We'd like to hear more on that then.
Sure.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Reader while we're here? Oh, great. Thank you. Mr. Director Canolo, please.
This is a program that interests me greatly. This our area here absolutely fills with smoke, you know, during a narrow period of time when burning is allowed. So we're looking for any kind of an advantage we can get on it. The province has already, we just found out recently that the province actually allows the use of air curtain and trench burners in fair conditions. But I wouldn't recommend that we just give the rental to the farmer to do this. These machines, just like grinders, they're complicated. And I'd like to see us set up a program. And I do know that there's 3 contractors. One is South Okanagan Tree Works previous owner. The other one is Paul Johnson Excavating and Easy Bins. We're all interested in the air curtain trench burner program, and none of that was available to smaller contractors. I think where we're advertising is probably part of the problem here, is that we aim at a much bigger contractor like H&M who would never be interested in removing orchards. It's not cost effective for them. But that's going to be part of the issue here. I'd be happy to use some of my budget to advertise in this area for it. We definitely want a responsible contractor to do that, not just allowing anyone willy-nilly to go about it. That would cause great concern with improper use and improper burning, as has happened in the past. Grinding is frighteningly expensive, and air trench burning is a fraction of the cost. So we have a small incentive there, but we're still going to have to deal with the cost of a book of matches. And to that end, even with the addition of the fair burning program, we may have to look at some more help there. But that's another issue. Part of what caused us some problems this year with the grinding program is it got tossed out there quite quickly with a number of small orchards that hadn't completed their burns before Interior Health put their burn restrictions on due to COVID. The small number of orchards that got caught like that was basically a $32,000 over our cap budget increase, and that's obviously not sustainable no matter how we cut it. So if we look at it, if we tried to force grinding, we would not be able to afford it if everyone wanted to grind. Now, I supplied Chair Kovacevic with a picture of what the grinding looks like, and we better keep in mind too that grinding is only a method of packaging the waste to get them away from the orchard. It doesn't deal with the final disposition of them. There's still a lot of ground that has to be covered after they're created. Where in the case of a trench burner, where they are possible to be used, and I will grant that they're not possible to be used in all areas, the ash can be stirred back into the ground with no cost. It's actually a benefit to the farmer in that it's very much close to what potash is, and farmers actually pay money for that. So we have a little bit of incentive there, but still they pile burn, they leave it on top of the ground. As I said, I provided Director Kovacevic with a picture of, I believe it's 16 piles from a 10-acre orchard. Each one of those piles is going to be burned. Each one of them is going to make a terrific amount of smoke in this valley. So we really have to look at doing something here. The trench burning program, air curtain burning programs are possible. They're not going to be the end all be all, but at least they're a partial solution at this time. So hopefully we can move in that direction. I'll give it over to Andrew to rebut on that.
Thank you, Director Knudel. Mr. Reader, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, sure. So I think a key point that I maybe didn't emphasize or explain very well, the current program, the way it's set up, there's nothing stopping anyone from doing a curtain burning at this point. Certainly, if they wanted to go forward with that, we would fund 75% of that. If Easy Bins wants to actually undertake that work, that's not a problem. Simply, that would just they would just need to submit the receipts. All we haven't done at this point is try to obtain preferential, I guess, pricing for these folks, for the farmers, simply because when we actually went out for the expression of interest, there didn't seem to be any interest. We're certainly happy, if this is the board's wish, to issue another expression of interest to see if there is interest, and we can more widely advertise or change how we advertise. That's not an issue at all. Certainly happy to do that. There are some more risk issues that the board should be aware of. The more we get involved with the burner program, certainly there's issues in terms of sterilization of the soil, there's air quality issues, all those different things that really we could come back to the board if we wanted to, like I say, have greater involvement. We certainly could, and I'd be happy to present what those. I don't think it's really more of a cost issue; it's more of a risk issue. But certainly at this point in time, I guess my key point would be is that anyone with an air burner can in fact provide a quote to a farmer, and we can proceed with that quote where we would still provide 75% of the cost.
Great, thank you, Mr. Reader. Do you have a follow-up, Director Knodel?
Yes, I do. Would it not be preferential to have preferred contractors, just from the point of view that if they're improperly using the equipment, we have some control over them? If we're allowing anyone we may lose control over the program and be held to a lower standard as opposed to a higher standard. So I'd rather see us controlling it. As far as the standard, the sterilization of the soil thing goes, I did send previous Neil Webb was the manager in that, some scientific documentation on that. It's very little, and it's obviously a lot less than the pile burning that's going on now. So there's very little risk in that, but there is risk of fire transmission, but that's also true with the open burning pile. So we're basically comparing apples to apples on that point. But I'd still like to see us have some control so we don't see a contractor going out and burning plastic wastes and things that shouldn't be burned, nor should the chipper be allowed those wastes to go through his equipment either. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Director Roberts, is that another question or a leftover hand? Go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. I did a little squirrel there as the family stuck their head in the door, and so I got lost for a second. As a small orchardist that has been burning for 25 years in an appropriate manner, and when we're looking at air quality and education, it might be coming up to a time that we need to have that discussion around air quality. I find a lot of times the biggest issue that we have in burning, first off, people burning when the venting is poor, which of course then we try to facilitate and deal with that with our local fire departments. The next thing is people that burn green wood. The other day, I called the fire department. I thought a house was on fire, but it was green stumps being thrown in with an accelerant. When I do my pruning, it's in the early spring, and then they became habitat for the birds and that throughout the summer. And then once they've dried and they're cured up, when I get into the late fall or early winter, I light it up. It's dry, has less particulate matter. And at the same time, over the years, I've actually used the soil. When we talk about sterilization, I get a pretty hot fire in a particular piece of area, but I rotivate it in, works into healthy soil. I add, my manure that comes from my farm. It actually is a very environmentally thing. The fire is a natural process in regards to enhancing soil when it's done effectively. So when I'm looking back towards when we talk about, education seems to be a really big thing. People want to rip something up and then light her up the next day. And of course you need accelerant, and you end up with a black tarry smoke, which fills the valley. My orchard goes up from the last year's season. It's up in 10 minutes. It's down, it's hot, and there's barely any smoke. And then eventually there's no smoke. So I think there's a lot to be discussed in regards to education as a part of working towards maintaining good air quality, but also having something that's feasible, functional, and at the same time, it is environmentally safe and is able to be dealt with in both of our valleys, whether that's the Similkameen and or the Okanagan.
Great. Thank you, Director Roberts. I don't see any more questions on this. Okay, so we're going to go to our next agenda item. This is South Okanagan Conservation Fund update and technical advisory committee recommendations for 2020 applications. And I'll go over to you, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this is the program that was initiated a few years ago, mostly in the Okanagan. So all of our Okanagan electoral areas participate, and 3 of our member municipalities, and then none in the Similkameen or the town of Aslayas does not. But we've got a fairly a robust process around how we allocate funds under the conservation program, and we've entered into an agreement with Bryn White to do that for us. But our internal administrator on the program is Christy Malden, so I'm going to turn it over to her, Madam Chair, and then she can introduce the 2021 recommendations.
Great, thank you. Ms. Malden?
Yes, thanks very much. So before the board today are the 2021 applications for intake. As the CAO mentioned, there is a really robust program or analysis of these applications. So our technical advisory committee are made up of 7 or 8.
Ms. Malden, so I think there's some feedback coming, and I can see people indicating it's hard to hear. Can we fix that, Danny? Do you want to try again, please, Christy?
Oh, I can hear feedback from you now as well. How am I sounding? Oh, I can hear me.
We'll just give Danny a minute to see if that helps.
Ms. White, I'm gonna just keep you muted for now. It's coming in through there.
Great.
In Christy's office.
Okay, I think that'll help. Now let's try it again, Ms. Malden.
Hi, is this better?
Yes, thank you.
Super. So as the CAO was mentioning, yeah, there is a significant program or an analysis. And Bryn White leads that group of technical advisors. And it's a full day sitting down together and really going through these applications. They do the work ahead of time. It takes them weeks to analyze all of these, and I know some of them go out and visit the fields or to the sites, the proposed sites and everything. So it's a tremendous effort on the part of these volunteers, and they lend their technical expertise to it, and that gets to the board in the recommendations that you'll see today. So I think in the interest of time, I'll turn this over to Bryn, and she can go through each one of these applications. The one thing I will note is that in the new year, we will be taking that terms of reference that the board has seen each year, and we'll be analyzing that, going through that, looking to make sure that it's still effective for the program that we're offering now. So if any of the board members have any input on that terms of reference, I'll probably send it out in the next little while so you can all have a look at it again. We'll be interested in any feedback you may have on that. And then, of course, we'll bring proposed amendments forward to the board in the new year. But in the meantime, I shall turn it over to Bryn.
Great, thank you. Ms. White.
Thank you very much to the chair. Is that, are you hearing feedback maybe caused by me? Is that?
I think we're good now.
Okay.
Oh,
great.
Nope, it's me.
Where are you, Bryn? Are you in Christy's office?
No. No, I'm at home.
I think, how are we sounding on this end, Danny?
If she could get closer to her computer, that may help.
Bryn, can you come a little bit closer to your computer microphone? Otherwise, we might get you to call in.
Okay. How's that? Just let me know if it continues, and I'll call in if that's better.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're good.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't this fun? Isn't online so much fun? Anyway, I just wanted to say thanks very much. It's nice to see everybody. It's been some time. I wanted to also, just as an update, let you know I've retired from my role as program manager for the South Okanagan-Similkameen Conservation Program after 14 years. So I wanted to say thank you to this board and folks that we've been working with I've been working with for many, many years. So just wanted to give you that quick update. But as Christy mentioned, I am now the contracted administrator for the South Okanagan Conservation Fund, which we're going to go through some of the information today. I thought for you today, we would do some updates, basically an overall snapshot of the Conservation Fund since it began, and then some updates related to the previous year's projects. So this is the 2019 intake and 2020 delivery that we're right in the middle of. And then also talk about some recommendations for new applications, the 2020 intake and 2021 delivery. So this is following along with your board report, and also you have a supplemental report that I've prepared that goes into great detail around the recommendations of the Technical Advisory Committee. So that's available for you to follow along as well. So there are some new faces around the board table. I thought it'd be important just to kind of touch on a couple of quick refreshers. So the Conservation Fund was established through a service bylaw. So it covers just the participating areas, so A, C, D, E, F, I, City of Penticton, Town of Oliver, and District of Summerland. It talks about the maximum amount requisitioned, and then talks about the what the purpose of the fund is, really in support of sustainability and works that include but are not limited to things like water, environment, wildlife, habitat conservation efforts to protect natural areas. So there are 3 other conservation funds of this kind in BC, and RDOS and participating communities were seen really as leaders in this regard to establish this fund. Just after this fund was established, the North Okanagan began its process to be able to establish a conservation fund, and they have done so, and they're right in the middle of their first call for proposals, so that's very positive. A little summary of our impact since the Conservation Fund started. I thought it'd be kind of fun to look at since 2017. We have had 15 projects, 8 multiple year and 7 single year projects, a total disbursement of conservation funding since 2017 at 1.4 million, which is really a significant local investment. These are just kind of some general categories of projects that are underway as part of the Conservation Fund. Land purchase, so securement of land, 558 acres preserved. Aquatic habitat restoration, voluntary stewardship and terrestrial habitat restoration, and community outreach and engagement. So these are the kinds of projects that are ongoing and underway with under the Conservation Fund umbrella. And after this spring, after all the multi-year final reporting, we'll have more interesting metrics around the project impacts on the ground. So I'll be coming in the spring to chat with you more about what that looks like. When this fund was established, we talked about our impact and what the possibilities for this fund could be. And we talked about potentially leveraging outside resources coming to the region, and it proved out quite significantly. So when we look at the 1.4 million dispersed, the local investment here, we can see that we have matching resources from outside and inside the region worth 4.6 million. So over 4 million cash and $415,000 in kind coming to support and help to achieve some of the sustainability works that are ongoing under this fund umbrella. And again, just before we get into kind of the updates on the fund itself, the timing of the fund spans calendar and fiscal years, so I thought it would be kind of important and to describe the life cycle of the funding, which kind of keeps everyone's minds focused on kind of, you know, how the fund works and the life cycle of the fund. So as it follows, we're just using the current cycle that we're in. So 2019 is when the Conservation Fund, the opening for the applications, the call for proposals in September. And then in October following, we have senior management review, internal to RDOS, and then a technical evaluation. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And then moving into the next calendar year in January, normally we have this presentation in December, and then the year next, we have the sort of board approval, the final board approval of recommended projects. Then in February, we develop the contribution agreements, disperse the funds to proponents. In September of that year, those proponents come back and check in and do an interim report so that we know how they're doing and whether they're on track. And at that time, we have a new intake so that we have another call for proposals for an annual process. And then the next calendar year in February is when the final reporting happens. So essentially, proponents have about 1 year to complete their projects. So moving into the current year, so I thought it would be nice to have a little update on the current year project. So this is the 2019 intake, 2020 delivery. So we've had interim reports from all of the current projects that are underway. 8 projects approved by the RDOS board in 2019, 3 new and 5 continuing, over 214,000 approved for dispersal. 2 projects were delayed, as you know, as everything. COVID-19 was challenging for some folks and organizations, and so 1 was unable to go forward at all, so the contribution agreement was not signed and funding wasn't dispersed. The other was just delayed, and we'll hear a little bit more as we get to the final reporting in February how they fared. All the other recipients, as I mentioned, have completed their interim progress reports, and final reports are due in February. One of the projects I thought would be important to kind of just give you an update on with your formal board approved extension from the previous 2018 intakes, that would have been 2019 delivery year. That project is still underway. The deadline for completion of that one, it's the Penticton Creek restoration, upper 3A and lower 3B detailed design. That deadline for completion is coming up December 31st, and I've heard from the proponents, they're well underway and ready to prepare their report. So we'll be hearing about that shortly. You may have seen a media release yesterday. This is kind of great news. Another 2020 project, one of the current year projects. This is the Sage and Sparrow expansion. This was an acquisition, the Nature Conservancy of Canada. It was a fee simple acquisition of 308 acres in Area A. So this is just northwest of Osoyoos, contiguous with the Nature Conservancy of Canada's Sage and Sparrow conservation lands and also the South Okanagan Grasslands protected area. This was RDOS board approved project in July 2020. The project has completed and closed this week. Maybe that is a record for an acquisition. The Conservation Fund investment was 266,000, just over. It was about 20% of the project. And what's kind of really exciting is that it's leveraged over 1 million from funding from outside the region to complete and to secure this property. So that's something that's kind of really exciting. There's just a brief little video if Danny wants to cue that up, if that's possible and doesn't cause an IT nightmare. Just a little quick video. I thought it would be nice to have you have a look. Thanks so much, Danny. I appreciate that. So just a brief little snippet, a view, a bird's eye view of the new Sage and Sparrow property that was made possible by a partial contribution of the Conservation Fund. So we'll just go back to the presentation. So hopefully we'll have an opportunity to have a field trip or you know, when it's safe to do so, out to the Sage and Sparrow grasslands and some of the other projects that have been supported by the Conservation Fund next spring. So we're hoping to be able to do that then. So moving on, just that's where we're at in the current funding year. And now I just wanted to focus a little bit on the upcoming year for delivery for 2021. And again, just some new faces around the table. So I thought just a quick refresher to let you know, the Conservation Fund is guided by terms of reference that was developed and approved by the board in 2017. So it talks a lot about the governance and decision-making. It's a tax-based fund, so the decision-making process, taxpayers are represented through you, the elected officials. Technical merit is the utmost importance to determine which projects are supported. And that was something that was very important and communicated by public when we talked to residents and community members about establishing the fund. One of the very important pieces that came forward was that there would be a high level of accountability with respect to technical merit. And so how we structured some of that was to enable the appointment of a technical advisory committee. So through nominations or applications in response to an open call with qualification criteria. So that technical advisory committee is also guided by terms of reference, makes the recommendations to you as decision makers, and also follows conflict of interest guidelines and other important policies. So that's kind of how this adjudication or technical review works. So the technical advisory committee, their responsibilities are to ensure that all of the proposals to the fund receive sound technical review and that they are based on a fair assessment of merit and project effectiveness. So they do establish a list of technically appropriate proposals to you, and that's what we are coming to you with today. The composition is 5 to 7 members, and again, they serve, 1, 2, or 3 years. And there is a detailed bio in your attached report, so you can read a little bit more about the technical committee. Just to say, there's over 170 years of combined experience on this TAC, on the committee, multiple post-secondary degrees, diplomas. Many are involved as professional members in their associations and have expertise around all of the program theme areas. So things like hydrology, forestry, species at risk, biology, conservation. So we have, I think, one of the highest quality technical advisory committees that have been assembled, and they're a pleasure to work with. Just to give you a little more information about kind of the technical evaluation criteria, this is kind of the high level. There's much more detail with respect to the criteria, but just so that you understand, new projects, we're looking at feasibility, cost effectiveness, outside participation, what's the cost sharing with other organizations, project effectiveness, and then does the tech have concerns or technical conditions related to funding? And then continuing projects also go through the criteria and evaluation scoring with respect to, we have conversations about effectiveness, cost participation, etc. So whether those projects should continue to be funded as ongoing projects. So here we have the 2020 call for proposals for 2021 delivery. This call for proposals is widely advertised throughout the service area. There's I think, an adequate amount of time for proponents to develop their applications. So opening in August 17 and closing at the end of September. We received 12 proposals this year requesting almost $1 million. So this year we were oversubscribed. I think one year we've been undersubscribed. Very normal to have that fluctuation, especially with a new fund like this. The proposals go through a senior management team review first, an internal RDOS review, and then a technical advisory committee review. So the senior management comments, feedback, information, that does get shared with the technical committee so that they're able to understand the context for within RDOS and participating communities. For this year, the technical advisory committee recommends that funding up to the amount of $441,745 be granted to 8 proponents. These are 3 new projects and 5 continuing multi-year proposals. Of those, 2 may be reduced in amount and 2 are recommended with conditions. So that's why we're saying up to the amount. So it may be less, given that there'll be some back and forth with some of those proposals. 2 projects are not recommended for funding. One is ineligible as a multi-year project beyond the 3-year funding limit that is stipulated within the terms of reference. and one was deferred for recommendation pending more information required. So we have a bit more detail around that. And I wanted to just kind of highlight some of the information related to the projects that were recommended and not. So for the recommended projects for funding first, both new and continuing. So new project, the first is the Okanagan River Restoration Project. The Okanagan Nation Alliance is the proponent. This is part of the overall Okanagan River Restoration Initiative that involves government, First Nations, and key stakeholders. This particular piece is around replacing or backwatering one of the vertical drop structures within the Okanagan River to restore some of the natural features to improve fish migration and habitat. So this is for sockeye, chinook, steelhead, rainbow, and other native aquatic species. So this is a single year, 46,200, which may be reduced based on some administrative back and forth with ONA. So that is one of the new projects. The second is an antelope brush ecosystem conservation restoration project from the Osoyoos Desert Society. This is focused on conserving and restoring the remaining globally imperiled and provincially red listed antelope brush ecosystem, which in Canada occurs only in the South Okanagan. So very important, supporting 42 species listed by Federal Species at Risk Act. This project is intended to pull together an action team and establish a conservation and restoration plan, which will be implemented over the number of years. So this is proposed to be a multi-year project, 20,833. The third is a project around road mortality for threatened snake community in the South Okanagan. This is Thompson Rivers University, again proposed to be a multi-year project, 29,600 for this first year. This project is looking at mitigating one of the greatest factors of mortality for at-risk species in the Okanagan, which is roadkill. So they're looking at eco-passages under road tunnels as an important mitigation tool and trying to determine the effectiveness of that tool to be able to support recovery both in the South Okanagan and provincially as well. So that'll have more broad-reaching benefits than just to the South Okanagan. The continuing project recommendations, invasive plant management on the Nature Conservancy of Canada conservation areas. This is undertaking invasive plant management and control activities on conservation lands in the Sage and Sparrow and the Osoyoos Oxbows conservation area. The next one is the Kemchaniqua, the floodplain re-engagement project. This is about engaging 8,800 meters squared of previously degraded floodplain that was disconnected from the Okanagan River as part of the channelization. So this was a project that was previously led by the Okanagan Nation Alliance, and now their partners, the Anelkin Center, is taking on the third year of this project, which is the final restoration stages of this reconnection of the floodplain. So they intend to, it's about 1.4 hectares, the area they're looking at, and about 50,000 propagated plants, seeds and cuttings to be planted with K-12 post-secondary students, community members, and volunteers following up-to-date COVID-19 prevention measures. So they hope to be able to do that with volunteers. And the last continuing recommended, not the last, sorry, the third continuing recommended project is the Penticton Creek Restoration Initiative, the Upper Reach 3A and Reach 3B. This is the construction phase of this project. Freshwater Fisheries Society of BC is the proponent. This is year 2 of 2. The previous proponent was the Penticton Fly Fishers. So they're working in tandem. This is a large request, 252,560. This is one of the largest sections in Penticton Creek to be undertaken for construction. This section of restoration, the proponent highlights that this is viewed as the most important habitat restoration section within the stream, the entire stream. Next continuing project is the South Okanagan Bat Habitat Conservation Project with the BC Bat Education and Ecological Protection Society. This is year 3 of 3, final year, 9,500 This project was approved with conditions. This is around protecting, enhancing bat habitat in the region through education and stewardship on private land, using best practices, developing bat-friendly community partnerships, and supporting ongoing bat conservation. And the last and final continuing project that was supported is, or recommended, is the Love Your Lakes personalized shoreline assessments, restoration demonstration sites. The proponent's Southern Interior Land Trust, again, this is the last year, so the year 3 of 3. 32,103 applied for. This may be reduced given some of the conditions that the Technical Advisory Committee is recommending. This project is continuing to advance shoreline landowner awareness and understanding of how they influence water quality and habitat, wildlife, by helping them to identify opportunities for protecting and enhancing the shoreline habitat. So that is the last and final continuing project. Projects that are not recommended, where potentially ineligible or recommendation has been deferred. So we have the Habitat Stewardship and Enhancement in the South Okanagan, the Okanagan-SIMILKAMEEN
Sorry,
Stewardship
Bryn.
Society. Yes.
Can I just quickly go to Director Bush? He's got a question, please.
Sure.
I was going to wait till her presentation was over.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, carry on, Bryn.
Okay, no problem. So just to cover an ineligible project. So this project was actually conducted for 3 years, and the proponent has come back to apply again, and the terms of reference does specify that we have a 3-year limit for multi-year projects. So unless that terms of reference changes significantly, or there's another mechanism that perhaps the society could approach to be able to get ongoing support for their program, those are all options potentially. But for this round, we have suggested that we stay with the terms of reference, which limits us to 3 years of multi-year funding. Not recommended for funding. So there were 2 projects not recommended. The first is the Basso Lake siltation issues. So this was an application that came forward from the Basso Lake Stewardship Association for a single year. The amount was requested was $30,500. The Technical Advisory Committee did have some concerns about the expenditure for the resulting report that was proposed, that it would be unlikely to provide any new information or significant value in addressing the issue at a significant cost. So the concern also was that the statutory decision makers and others had not been included in the proposal. So, you know, I guess the concern really was around a very expensive report that potentially may arrive at the same conclusion as previous solutions and studies, which kind of point to some expensive and maybe unfeasible solutions. So this was a project that unfortunately was, you know, did not meet the criteria for being feasible and recommended by the Technical Advisory Committee. And I do recommend that if you have further questions or want to read in more detail about some of the feedback and comments from the Technical Advisory Committee, that is in the supplemental report, and it's documented very carefully so that you can follow all of those pieces. The second not recommended for funding is conserving South Okanagan habitats through an invasive-free certification program. This is a project through the Okanagan-SIMILKAMEEN Invasive Species Society. This would have been year 3 of 3. The request was for $18,169. We actually had a conversation about this project back in July of this year. So they had some, the technical committee and administration had some concerns about past progress and deliverables, and a bit of a lack of a plan for dealing with some of the COVID-19 realities just going forward. It was one of the reasons for their delay in the previous year, and so there wasn't much detail with respect to how that would be different going forward this year. So that was one not recommended for funding. And then one of the projects just deferred for future information. The technical committee decided they could not make a decision about this one currently, just given the information that was provided to them. This is the Save Sickle Point in Perpetuity, the Kaleidon Community Association. It was a single year, an acquisition proposal for $450,000. So the TAC, deferred their decision, but they also wanted to make sure that that they highlighted some of their comments and feedback to the board. The senior management team also had some concerns that they had raised as well. So those are included in your detailed report. But what the technical committee wanted to communicate to you as the board is that the technical committee supports the protection of Sickle Point absolutely from an ecological perspective. They highlight that it's a unique and sensitive property with high priority ecosystems, critical habitat for species at risk. Even though it's been altered, the ecological values are there. Restoration is possible. They stress that the main purpose of the acquisition and future management should be to keep it natural, predominantly for habitat, and limit human use through strong management to retain ecological integrity. And given that there's a significant effort, there will be a significant effort and experience required to manage the property, and to address human use and ecological integrity, they raised some concerns about the proponents' land management qualifications and experience and capacity, including all of the breadth and depth of issues related to conservation, acquisitions, and future management. So at the time of the review, it was a little bit unclear as the proposal for the service to purchase the property from RDOS was going forward. So there was a little bit of uncertainty there. And so they just felt that with that information, they couldn't quite come to a decision. So they just deferred the decision. And as any kind of acquisition proposal, it can come to the technical committee and be submitted anytime during the year. So it could certainly be resubmitted in the future. But they really wanted to just highlight, that they had some concerns around, clarity with respect to who would own the property and manage it, and how would the future management direction go forward. So those things can be discussed and clarified and solved at a future date. So just in summary, thanks for hanging in. I know it's a lot of information. Here we are, we've got 12 proposals, 988,000 requested, up to 441,745 recommended. So just to give you a sense, the matching cash and in-kind estimated as part of those recommended projects is 3.8 million, 3.6 million cash and 230 roughly in kind. So that's a significant amount of matching. From the finance department, I understand there's 535,000 available in the conservation fund this year. And we also have some discussions potentially to have around one outstanding or stay decision from 2019, which was the Nature Trust of BC acquisition application for 250,000. So that might also be a conversation we want to have in 2021. So thank you for listening. I have open for discussion and questions as they come, and happy to answer them.
Sure. So thank you for you and your volunteers. Director Bush.
Thanks. Thank you, Bren. I'm glad to see you're still involved. I'd just like to put my support towards Save Sickle Point. I think this is what the fund was actually set up for, and I think this is a great opportunity to use this fund for that. Thank you.
Great. Brent, do you have anything to add?
I certainly feel that the technical advisory committee concurs that Sickle Point is a very important piece of property, and I think that application and can be certainly revisited in the new year with the requisition coming for next year. So these are just recommendations from the technical advisory committee. Again, you are the decision makers, so I'll just leave it there.
Great, thank you, Bryn. I'm going to go to Director Albrecht, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. And I want to apologize. I've had a lot of technical difficulties this morning, and thank you to both Danny and Adam for helping out. For some reason, when we shifted to Bryn, my audio quality diminished down to, on a scale of 1 to 10, less than 1. I could not hear most of what she said. I was quite frustrated and disappointed by that. And unfortunately, I missed some of the things that may be relevant to both my comments and my question. And for that, I want to apologize off the top. Moving forward, I have both comments and concerns, as well as a question. With respect to the Vassal Lake Stewardship Association application, the one that was rejected, the community has expressed a great deal of concern to me. And this concern was well known before I was elected. This concern has continued to the current time. And the application was for funding for a purpose that I think fits the South Okanagan Conservation Fund purpose. For those who don't know, the summary is quite brief, but I've looked at the application documents, I've looked at other documents. We're dealing with a piece of waterway that was once over 70 kilometers, that was shortened to 37 kilometers in the 1960s. That channelization changed the flow of the water, had environmental impacts. Consequences to Vassal Lake are significant. We have water quality issues. We have impacts on the fishery. We have milfoil and siltation, sedimentation. These issues have been addressed at multiple levels, including communication with Okanagan Nation Alliance and others in the First Nation community. I myself met with at the UBCM September 25, 2019 with Minister Donaldson to address some of these concerns in that meeting. I've talked with Anna Warwick-Sears of the Okanagan Basin.
Director Albrecht?
Yes, these comments. Yes, thank you.
We just got to get to the question, please. We've only got a few more minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And if I could get the attention of the board for just a couple more minutes, Chair, I do want to express a couple concerns for the benefit of the board, and I will get to my question. The point is that the reasons given at page 42 of our agenda materials have caused offense to the applicant. And I've heard about it, and I don't know where else to say it, but at this moment and at this time, and I think the board needs to listen to these concerns from the community. It's the community that has the concerns, and I think the community deserves the respect of a fair listen. When it says that there were not, it indicates that statutory decision makers and others have not been included or involved. Well, they have been involved. The proposal may not make that clear. There's a misdirect to Shuttleworth Creek. The Shuttleworth Creek sedimentation issue is well understood. That's not the purpose of the study. When it says in the report at page 42, likely the level of transport deposition has been reduced with channelization. Well, two problems with that. One, that's the purpose of the study, to get answers to the question and get options identified so it can be addressed. And secondly, the evidence is to the contrary. There's been 10% of the lake has been lost, 10% more is at risk. There are numerous environmental impacts here. I wouldn't mind if other members of the board maybe spoke to this, because I feel like my time has run out. But I will say the question is, what are the options for reconsideration, appeal, or deferral, as we saw with Sickle Point? Thank you very much for taking my question, and to the chair, my apologies for speaking too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Albrecht. Bryn, do you have any advice for that on how a rejected proposal can come back for consideration?
This is also something that Christy Malden, as the senior management lead for the fund, could also chip in. As I said, the Technical Advisory Committee, I apologize that you couldn't hear me, Director Albrecht. The Technical Advisory Committee provides their best technical evaluation, not only on the content, but as we mentioned, through the criteria with respect to cost effectiveness, overall effectiveness and feasibility, partner contributions, outside contributions, and so forth. And so it's quite comprehensive in terms of how these projects are looked at. But again, these are recommendations. The board makes the final decisions. If there's available funding and the board wants to make a different decision, certainly that's a possibility. So, you know, it could be a decision that's deferred. It could be a decision that's made by the board against the technical advisory committee's recommendation. But that sits with you as the board through the chair.
Okay, thanks, Bryn. Ms. Walden, is there anything to add from your end?
No, not really. I mean, the board, yeah, as Bryn mentioned, the board has some options here. These are just recommendations. If the board wanted to send back to staff or to Bryn to bring forward more information, some specifics would be helpful on that. So make sure we gather the right stuff. There's also an alternative that the board could ask that the proponents appear in front of them for a presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Albrecht. Does that help with your next steps, or are you satisfied with that?
It's not a clear answer, and no, I'm not satisfied, but I appreciate the effort made by both Legislative Services Manager and by Bryn. And I do appreciate the suggestion. Perhaps a notice of motion is in order to take up the suggestion made by Legislative Services Manager, but I'm still unclear on the answer to my question, and maybe I'm just not able to hear it properly. With respect to reconsideration or appeal, if I'm understanding what I've heard correctly, there is no further process through South Okanagan Conservation Fund. The only option left to this concerned group is to ask this board to perhaps hear a delegation so they can present an opportunity for the board to hear the concerns that have been expressed to me privately, and maybe that's the right answer. And perhaps, I don't know if the South Okanagan Conservation Fund would participate in that delegation presentation, but it might be beneficial to have the two parties have a communication where questions and answers can be shared. One of the things I think may have happened here is there's unanswered questions, much like Sickle Point, but there's been no opportunity provided to provide those answers. And I think if the opportunity is provided, we may get a much better analysis for the TAC or anybody else who's concerned to make a decision. And so we're really in the realm of reconsideration here. I appreciate when you're on a committee, a commission, a board, you're limited by the information before you. And sometimes when the information isn't complete, it has an impact on the decision made. I'm looking for more complete information, a more fair process. And so I don't know if now's the time to make the notice of motion, maybe later today. I can make that notice of motion. We can get that into the new year. And I'll look to guidance from the chair. Thank you very much.
I have to premise even those with how happy I am, Bryn, to see you still able to be a part of this. You've been so instrumental in getting it going, so glad to see you still there. And just a comment about how fortunate one of the allocations has been for Penticton for the restoration process of our creek. It's nothing short of remarkable to watch that process. And so the reaches that have been done in the past are so incredible. I'm looking forward to this recommendation going forward again if in fact the board will approve this. And the second comment is in the past I've been able to participate in some of your on-site visits. They're just incredibly informative, so very interesting, and I recognize the challenge the pandemic has brought to this, but hopefully there will be an opportunity to continue with those, but I just see them as so valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Santos. CAO?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we didn't plan for enough time for this presentation or for the board to discuss it. The other option on this, of course, is to just refer it to the next meeting in January, and that would give us some time and the committee members some time to give consideration to what they've heard today. And then we can come back in January and rediscuss it and then send a resolution to the board. There's nothing, the $450,000 that's allocated for the program will be in the budget anyway. There's no implications there. Okay. We can defer this and have a more thorough discussion on it and perhaps get some more information on those programs that are of interest to the board members. But we do, and then I'd recommend that we defer the last item on our agenda as well.
Yeah. Okay.
But we do have other delegates that are scheduled, and if we get behind on delegates, we stand a chance of losing them. They've booked times. And
so our next delegation is at 11:15. Okay, so we've got about, so just quickly, I've got Holmes, Robinson, Knodel. Just want to make sure that you still have questions to add, and I think what we're looking for here is just to defer, not make a motion right now, and bring this back in the new year.
That'd be fine.
Okay, if there's anyone opposing to that, let me know. But otherwise, I'll go quickly to Director Holmes.
Thank you. I was just wondering about multi-year projects. When we approve a multi-year project, what's the assumption on that funding will be continued by the basis? So their third-year funding was approved by us a year ago, and it didn't go ahead because of COVID, and now the recommendation is not to approve it. So I'm just wondering what has changed between this year and last year with that project, where it was recommended for approval last year and now it's not for that third-year funding.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So there is no expectation from proponents that self-identify that these are multi-year proposals or multi-year projects. So during the application time, we normally ask that question just to get a sense of whether this is something that is a 1, 2, or 3-year project. There is no guarantee that funding is forthcoming for multiple or subsequent years. And I think if the administration or the technical advisory committee has concerns about progress or other issues, then those things are identified and those recommendations are made. You know, the technical committee takes that very seriously. And know that it's a very competitive process, and so if applications are not fulsome or they don't meet the criteria or there's concerns with projects or progress, unfortunately those projects are not recommended for funding. So it's important to know that proponents, it's not a guarantee. It's very similar to other funding programs where you can identify a multi-year project, but it's not guaranteed that you receive the funds every single year. You have to be meeting the requirements, delivering the deliverables, on-time reporting. Those things have to happen. And while we appreciate this year was very difficult with COVID, some of the lack of progress and or deliverables were from previous times before COVID. So those things have been taken into consideration. So yeah, I know it is disappointing, and I appreciate, I also want to just acknowledge, you know, we're sort of in this, the reason we don't have a clear process forward for repeal or having proponents come back for a second chance at decision making is because we have not done that before. The board has accepted the technical advisory committee recommendations for the past 3 years. And I think we do need to think very carefully how we structure a process to have proponents come back to provide more information or clarity or make a pitch for their project that did not get recommended by the technical advisory committee. Because as you point out, we do want to make this a fair process. So we haven't been in a position where we've had proponents able to come back and provide more information as opposed to other proponents. So we just may want to think about that very carefully.
Okay, thank you, Bryn. I've got 2 more questions and 5 minutes, and we are going to defer this to next year. Director Robinson, please.
Thank you. I think you just answered my question that we are deferring for sure on the whole thing because along with Director Obrick, I have some really serious concerns about what's going on in Vaso Lake. And in between now and the deferral, I'll read the supplemental report because my understanding is that basically they don't want to do another study because they already know what the problem is, and that's fine as long as we're going to move forward and fix the problem. But clearly there's a silt buildup problem there and it needs to be addressed sooner than later. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Director Knodel, please.
I'd like to thank Director Robinson for that comment. I too echo her thoughts. This is a very serious problem. I'd also like to add to that. I'd like to see the Vaso Lake committee make their presentation at that time too. It'd be interesting to hear from them. They live there. They have to live with the mess, and they deserve to be heard. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we're deferring the motion, right?
We need a motion to defer.
You could have a motion to defer.
Oh, can I get a motion to defer until the next year, please? Director Sentis, Director Knodel, second. Great, thank you. That was a good discussion. Oh, right. Can I call the question, please? All in favor for the deferral? I'm trying to get us done. Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you. The motion passes, and we will reconvene about this in January or in the new year. We're going to bump the last item also, item E. Bryn, thank you for your time. We really appreciate you being here and the work that you all do. Looking forward to more discussion. And if I can get adjournment, or can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting, please? Sentis and Manfred, all in favor? Lovely. Anybody opposed? Director Vasilaki, are you opposed? Okay, great. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Okay. Looks like he is in a Santa costume.
I know, like Christmas sweaters. So we've got 3 minutes until our next delegation.
Until corporate services. So grab a coffee or wash your break and then we'll get started.
You know they won't be back in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
My declaration of conflict of interest, is that all you needed? Was that email?
That was perfect.
Okay, directors, we are going to get started with Corporate Services Committee. So have a look at your agendas. And I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Moved by Director Bauer, seconded by Director Gettens. All in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. We'll go to the first item, IS assessment, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So before all the kerfuffle started in 2020 with the pandemic and the cyber attack, we had put into our 2020 corporate business plan that we wanted to do an information technology assessment. Because as we all know, technology is becoming more and more important, not only to local governments, but everybody. And we've also had for several years in our business plan that we wanted to make better use of technology and to upgrade our services to our citizens and to provide more opportunities for them to participate. We have a large area, 10,400 square kilometers, and if we could provide a more successful government by encouraging electronic participation, that would all seem good to us. So we had the IT assessment in the business plan and the budget, and we started on it. And actually, we got started on it when Mr. Bomeister was still here. Danny was just on the horizon at that point. But right after we awarded, of course, pandemic was announced, and in August, the cyber attack happened. And in the meantime, our consulting team was working away at evaluating our infrastructure and our systems. And now we've got a report. And it's, I mean, let's face it, it's not pretty. We knew that when we went into this that there were opportunities for improvement, and that's what they're about to tell us. And then we're going to talk later about what we're going to do about that. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Francisco, and he's going to introduce our consultants.
Thank you, Director. Hop over here so I can get somewhere. Musical chairs. Thank you, CAO, through the chair.
You want to sit down here?
No, I'm okay. I'll probably go back there and just man the ship once we're there. As CEO has mentioned, I came in right at the entry of this. I was really pleased to actually see that there was an IT assessment being done. They need to be done every once in a while. I believe that both Penticton and Summerland have undertaken that as well in the last few years. In fact, using the same consulting firm that we established on as well. So I'm not going to waste any more time. It's a long day. We have both Ellen KD and Michael Rogers from TMC. They'll be doing a summary presentation. There's a further report, more detailed, coming in the future as we kind of assemble all their recommendations and also some of the things that come from the cyber report, which we're hoping to see soon as well. And I'll be bringing that back to the board as a complete kind of package in the new year, I'm sure. Without further ado, though, I'll hand it over to Michael and Ellen. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Just before I start, I'm having a technical problem, Danny. It's not letting me share the presentation.
You're good now.
Still not. Doesn't like my setting. I know, isn't it? That's bad.
You're a presenter now. Be good.
Yeah, it's my screen's not letting me share though. That's the problem. Oh, hang on. What's happening here? Share my screen. Yeah. For some reason, the event's not letting me share.
Do you have it, Danny? We had a copy of that, right?
Danny, how about if I email you the latest quickly? Can you put it up then?
You try again? Yeah, I can.
Oh, hang on. Something happened. What did it just say? Yeah, it's still not letting me share. Okay, sorry about this. Just give me 1 second here. When all else fails. The old-fashioned way.
Email. Depends how old you are, hey?
Like that one you sent me, Danny, I did put that into our presentations folder.
I think it's changed it.
Oh, okay, it's evolved since then? Okay.
Do you have it, Danny?
Dead air.
We should have elevated
Yeah.
music.
Can we go off the old one?
I made some wording changes, so just hang on a second here. Yeah, maybe not.
Okay. Are you politer in the new version?
Sure.
Yeah. We saw the presentation at the management group meeting last week, so I'm assuming after we got over our shock that you made some changes before you present.
Yeah, I put a tie on as well too. So, Danny, I figured out the problem on my end. It's a security setting, and the only way I can share is if I quit the event and then join again. But I have confirmed that I've sent you the presentation. You got it? Look at that. He's got it. Okay. So I'll just ask you to advance when I'm ready. So maybe you could go to the first slide. And first sorry for the technical challenges here, but Madam Chair and the board members and staff, thank you for letting TMC come in and do a presentation today. Just before jumping in, wanted to just give you a bit of a sense of who we are. So TMC has been around for over 30 years. I actually joined as a young child myself, so not that old. We specialize in helping organizations to assess and transform their information technology functions. Typically, this looks like an engagement looks like working with you to look at the areas where you're having problems, identify ways that can be optimized and improved, also helping you to create a roadmap for these changes. And then if you ask us as well, we will normally help organizations in the execution of that transformation. We've completed many projects for regional districts in BC and municipalities, including we did an assessment for the city of Penticton a few years ago and just recently completed one for the district of Summerland. So that's about us. And Ellen, I don't think Ellen's on the video. Danny asked me to pronounce Ellen's name, so it's Ellen Koskinen-Dodgson. So let's move on to the second slide, please, Danny. So what you asked us to do is to come in and have a close look at all of the components of your technology infrastructure and systems. Literally, that ran to hundreds and hundreds of pieces of information. As we were analyzing it, we were asked to also pay attention to any area where you had a single point of failure. For those of you who maybe are not aware of that term, in the IT world, the single point of failure is that one thing that fails that takes everything down. We also were asked to look at how you compare with other regional districts and municipalities, and then prepare some recommendations on how would you go about addressing the issues. So I have a fair amount to cover, and I will move fairly quickly so that there'll be time for questions. If I am talking too fast, just let me know and I will slow down. So maybe we could jump to the next slide, please. So in terms of our methodology, we've used this in literally dozens and dozens of reviews. As I mentioned, we gather extensive data on everything you have, right down to how the wires are run, how servers are configured, and so on. We interviewed all of your management team. I would say a fair number of staff from each department, and we also had several sessions with all of the IS or IT staff. When we make comparisons, we compare you to what is considered an industry best practice and also comparable. When I say a like organization, it would be how are you doing perhaps compared to another regional district or another municipality. We wouldn't compare you, for example, to, say, the Department of Homeland Security. That wouldn't be a fair comparison. From a risk perspective, we also looked at everything we found and then evaluated, what would be the areas of the highest risk. So what you're going to see through this presentation is, first of all, the traditional red, amber, green scoring for things. And then I'm going to shift and actually talk about, our perception of the risk for the organization. As the CAO had mentioned, it's not pretty. There is a lot of amber and red, but we will hopefully get through that without too many problems. So let's move to the summary, the next slide. So this here is a summary of everything that we actually have assessed. I didn't want to spend a lot of time going through each and every one of these things. I'm going to just call out a few areas. So, within your network, and this is how everybody connects and talks to each other, you have numerous single points of failure. Your wide area network, there are issues. So that's the connections between the locations. And then many of your local area networks, so that's within a building, there are more serious issues that we found. I'm going to jump to the middle of the slide. Server room, failover for servers. So right across the board there, you did not score very well. The biggest thing that you probably noted, I was hoping someone else would mention the cyber attack, but when you were attacked, the fact that you didn't have any capability for your critical systems to fail over, in some respects, made the problem worse. So this is one of the reasons why you're seeing a lot of red over there. On the security end, we did notice as we were evaluating this that, for example, it didn't appear that you had ever had an external penetration test. So that's where people come in and try to hack into your system, as well as issues with respect to, and when I say issues, more lack of capability around monitoring security events and responding. Broadly, the software that your departments use, also there's numerous issues over there as well. And then lastly, from a process perspective, there are definitely some opportunities for improvement when it comes to IT processes. But maybe we can jump into kind of the issue stuff now. So the next slide, please. So here, what we've done is taken the areas that we've assessed, and I've just assembled this in terms of more from a risk perspective. So had you seen this before you were actually had your cyber attack, you would have heard us say you don't have adequate security capabilities and you don't have failover capabilities for your key systems. Unfortunately, you did have that event, and I think you've all kind of seen and felt the effects of that. Other areas where there were issues noted, these are high-risk areas, and high risk really is just, these are things that could cause interruptions to the business, increase cost, and also perhaps impact, the perception and the use of technology. So when we look at your overall approach to connecting your locations, what we've observed there is you don't really have a unified approach. So there's different services in different locations, and they all have their own way of connecting. You don't have the ability to monitor and manage these components remotely, which is also an area of concern. Generally for your business systems, so I'm talking here about financial, GIS, your document management, and so on, your users are experiencing poor performance. We also noted that in many cases, you're not getting adequate vendor support. Anecdotally, there were some comments made that people had submitted tickets or, like a problem ticket to the vendor as many as, several years previously and never had any response. So that would be an area of concern as well. It was already mentioned how big the scope of your district is. What we've observed is that you really don't have adequate resources to support a network that is that vast. There are organizations with much smaller geographical areas and fewer locations that, if I was to compare you, from a staffing perspective, they have way more resources. And then the last point is just with respect to how you actually spend your IT money. The IT department doesn't actually see all of the spending. And so there are examples that we found that, the most prominent one was with respect to telecommunications, is the organization spends a lot of money on telecommunications, but without that central coordination, you're missing opportunities where you could actually reduce your cost, improve service, and get better value as well. So could we move maybe to the next slide then? So specific recommendations. The recommendations that, again, the comment was that it's scary, but actually the recommendations are fairly straightforward. The first one is to obviously rebuild everything. Now, I want to differentiate here between what has taken place since your cyber attack. What your IT department has done is they've kind of reactivated many of your systems, just to get them running. I don't think that I would assess that and say, well, you've rebuilt them. There's a difference between rebuilding and improving and just getting them back up and running again. The second recommendation, which is absolutely critical, is implementing enhanced practices for security. Examples are conducting annual penetration tests. So you would bring in an expert, and what they would effectively try to do is, we call that an ethical hack. They would try to access or hack your system. And if they find any problems, they would report that to you and you could address them. Another example is identity management. So there's things you can do with respect to that. So if somebody does actually, well, let me back up here. If someone managed to get the credentials of a staff member and they were logging in at 2 o'clock in the morning, with identity management, one of the things you'd be alerted to is this person has never logged in at 2 o'clock in the morning, and now suddenly we see them logging in. So that typically would indicate that there's, potentially a breach going on. And again, I don't want to underemphasize this, but having the abilities for, if any of your key IT systems fail, having failover capabilities and a plan to activate that. In most organizations, that typically looks like maybe having additional servers at a second location, and they're all configured and ready to go. If something failed in your main site, literally within, anywhere from minutes to hours, depending on how you deploy that, your IT department could actually get everything running again. The last area in the recommendations, and I'm just going to focus on the ones that are really to address the high risk. So moving forward, we recommend that you look at a unified approach to connecting the sites. So what that means, again, is you have multiple locations, you have telecommunications coming into a site to support SCADA, you have communication services coming in to support business applications. In an ideal world, you would have a unified approach. So each site would have one connection, perhaps with a backup if necessary, and that would support all of the different services that you need deployed at that site. And that can extend to, security, monitoring from a camera perspective and other services as well. We also recommend that you go back and review the capabilities of your key business software. So examples of that, again, VATM, GIS, EDMS. What that looks like is actually, sitting with the departments that use it, identifying the areas where there are problems and gaps, and then determining what is the best approach to fix that. In some cases, it may be a replacement. In some cases, it may be, just providing some additional fixes and upgrades or updates to the software. But that's something that our assessment that was out of scope for us, but it's something that you really need to do. And then once you've identified what it is that needs to be fixed, you need to think about doing this over several years. It's too much to do all in a single year. But once you've identified the gaps, you can then start with quick wins and then move into kind of the bigger problems. So what we've done here is last slide is just a roadmap. I'm not going to speak to the specific budget numbers because I believe you're going to talk about that in more detail shortly. But what we've tried to do here, and this is working with your IT manager, is organizing the way you would approach the work. So obviously the most important is rebuilding your infrastructure. There are some immediate things that need to happen in 2021 to improve security and reliability. But on an ongoing basis, there will continue to be upgrades that you need to do in order to keep things secure and to keep them reliable. Kind of the second heading there around security capabilities. Again, I want to stress over and over again, most organizations budget this every single year. They bring in an outside company. There's some in Canada that specialize in Canadian public sector municipalities, policing agencies, and they will try to hack into your system. If they find problems, you can fix the problems. It's not typically a very expensive endeavor, but it is something that we would recommend. And then again, the second part of that is looking into the future in terms of implementing additional capabilities like identity management, which have a bigger price tag attached to them as well. If possible this year, perhaps starting to plan, this year being 2021, I should say, not 2020, starting to plan for failover for your critical systems. But once you've rebuilt them, if necessary, pushing that into 2022 would also make sense. Longer term, looking at this unified approach to connecting your sites, it's easy to say that. It takes a few seconds to say, develop a unified approach. But in many cases, you may actually have to make investments in physical infrastructure. That could include things like running fiber connectivity to sites, providing extra services and upgrades, and that will also take time as well. IT processes, those are kind of low-hanging fruit. There are things that could be done quickly to improve the way that you track issues that are reported to IT and then provide your business stakeholders with greater visibility into what's going on, and making sure that things don't fall through the cracks. And then lastly, taking this holistic approach to looking at your business software, the sooner you get started in looking at the gaps, the sooner you can jump into figuring out what the options are, looking for new solutions and then planning the implementation. There are some areas where some quick wins have already been identified. The landfill is one. There's possibly options for parks and recreation. Those things could be investigated and potentially rolled out quickly in 2021 as well. So that's it. That's the roadmap. Maybe it's a good time to pause if there's any questions or clarifications.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. Are there any questions at this time? I'm not seeing any hands up. Oh, there we go. Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have a copy of this report? And
No.
Can we get it?
CAO cannot be distributed.
Yeah, we're going to be getting a Word report, I believe, shortly, which is the more extensive one. I don't know if we haven't seen that yet, so I don't know if it would be something the board would be interested in, but I don't. Is there anything proprietary in this presentation, Michael, that you don't want? Of course, this meeting is open anyway, so yeah. Too late for that question. So sure, we can send that out.
There's nothing proprietary in what we have shared. If there was something in the report that is proprietary that we would ask you not to share without first getting permission, we will flag that when the report is provided.
Okay, thank you. Director Gittins?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just curious with the recommendations, and we've got like recommendations for 2021, 2022. What is our budget like to get this done? Like this sounds like to be newer information. So do we have reserves in place, or where does the funding come to do these recommendations?
Oh, that is the next item on your agenda.
Restart funding.
Yeah.
Danny, are you able to take those question marks off the screen and I can see everyone? Unless, is there another slideshow or was that it?
That's it.
That's it? Oh, great, thank you. Any other questions at this time? No, everybody is good? Shocked, maybe? Okay, well, if there's nothing further on this, we'll say thank you to both Michael and Ellen for the presentation today. And we will move forward on to the next report, which is restart funding and COVID, which what was just presented to us helps us lead into the next topic and report. So thank you very much, Michael and Ellen. And CAO, I'll go to you on the restart funding COVID report.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We have a presentation on this that Mr. Safino is going to put up shortly, but generally the province has become aware of the implications of the pandemic on local governments, and they've made funds available. They came out with this in 4 streams, one of which was transit, and some green ones are just coming out now. But this one specifically is about the one that covers those problems with loss of revenue from closing facilities, or the implications on things like electronics and telecommunications and infrastructure. So what we wanted to do, and this was timely for us, because with this assessment that has just come in, and with the cyber attack report, which we're just about to get, not the forensic report, we haven't got that yet, but it's clear that we need to up our game as far as the electronics go. And we think this is a great opportunity to work with our municipal colleagues around the regional district, in that we aren't too far behind everybody else. This is sort of a general state, and we know from the assessments for Penticton and Summerland that is probably transferable data to the other incorporated communities in the region. And we think we have an opportunity to look for economies of scale and to really talk seriously about a shared service now. We've talked about trying to implement these before, and we haven't quite gotten over the hurdle, but we think that this is an opportunity. So the question on how we're going to fund the corrections to our systems is appropriate, and this restart funding is a vehicle that we think the board should look at closely in order to enable us to do that. So we'll get Mr. Savino into the discussion, and he can put his presentation up. We want to give you a brief introduction into the eligibility criteria around the restart funding, form the basis for a discussion then about how we allocate it.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Hello, Board and Madam Chair. I'd like to start off with, Danny, can you get this, or should I share my PowerPoint? Thank you. So with that, I do want to discuss the COVID Safe Start funds. Can you go to the next one, Danny? So the province and the federal government got together for the $2 million for the joint spending, of which 425 million of that is directed directly to local governments. There is an additional funds for transit, and that's actually just been received by us was $102,000, restricted to only the transit funds. But this $425,000 had a specific formula, and there's specific eligibility costs that it must meet for us to be able to keep the funds. Then go to the next one. So this actually shows the eligibility costs, and as you can see, they are very specific, but there's very interesting one. The very last one is you see other related costs. That's where you can actually take a look at what does that mean. And I have a contact name before we even try to use that specific other related costs. I will always get a pre-approval so that we don't have to give the money back, because the money that they're giving us is conditional. And as stated on there, all expenditures must be tracked and an independent audit must be conducted. So the auditor will actually determine if we can keep the money and we have to give it back. We're going to be very aggressive in making sure that anything we spend is eligible, and I'll have it pre-approved. And I've already, one of the projects that's on here has been already pre-approved, and I'll discuss that in a minute. Danny? So the funding formula for the regional districts, I thought I'd just let everybody know it's different than that of municipalities. So all regional districts automatically will receive $300,000 and a per capita of $310 for each person in the regional district and the municipalities. So that's $287,420. And then there's $8.13 per capita, which for us is $185,580, which means we get a total of $773,000. I did my own analysis, and just to make sure to keep them honest, mine came to $773.40. So for $40, I don't think we need to argue with that. So these funds could be used as stated and have to be authorized by the board. So it's just like a reserve. No monies can be expensed or funded any project or capital unless the board authorizes it. Okay. So it is anticipated the code will be with us for a while. We cannot determine what awaits us in the additional costs. The following has many valid recommendations. So by that, I'm stating that I strongly believe that they are eligible and we're not going to have to return the money. However, it is recommended that a portion of these funds be saved for unanticipated additional costs, and this is one of the recommendations. As stated in their controls, we have to spend the money by December 31st, 2021, and if we don't, then we'll have to give it back, and that we'll keep a close eye on and continue doing reports as issues happen for spending the 206 if the board accepts all the recommendations. Okay? So our current office space, yeah, so the recommendation, it says two, but the first one is to keep the 206, is to actually lease office space that will meet our needs. And it's anticipated it's going to cost $50,000 a year. It will house not only staff, but it will house software, hardware that will meet the needs and be able to be COVID compliant. Now, as you see at the very bottom, staff has approached the province to inquire if this request would qualify. It does. I received a call earlier this week. So I've got the name of the person, documented everything. And this is, to me, this is the only what if indeed it would qualify. And I'm happy to say it does. So I don't know if the board would want to discuss this one at a time or go through them all and then discuss them. How does the board feel about this?
Why don't you run through them, Jim, and when we get that summary sheet up with what we're recommending at the end, we can go into
Okay, thank you. So recommendation number 3. So AV video conference upgrade hardware and software to allow the efficient video conferencing. For sure, this is eligible. Cost is estimated at $61,500. As a board, you have already authorized this in the 2021 budget. However, it's being financed through administration fees. So if the board actually accepts this, the administration fee will be reduced throughout the region by the $61,500. So that's something that was recommended through Danny, and I believe it's going to meet the eligible needs. Recommendation number 4. So information services again, okay, there was a $165,000 ask that again, the board approved for the 2021 budget. That was completely funded again through administration fees. So discussion with Danny, we found out that 85,000 is qualified for COVID expenses. And if the board accepts this recommendation, it will make things more efficient for COVID issues that we have. Plus, again, reducing a further $85,000 of administration fee. And this again is throughout the organization under the operational portion and also on the capital portion. Recommendation number 5, the purchase of board management software. Creating the agenda package has become more difficult because of the COVID issues. The software is $14,900. It is not in the budget. However, if it's funded through the COVID, we'll call it the COVID reserve, it's not going to have any tax impact because it'll be an in and out and funded and reduced to $773,000. Number 6. So facility needs assessment. This office does not have enough meeting room space to accommodate boardroom meetings. This assessment will produce plans that cost approximately $30,000. This project is currently in the 2021 budget and is being funded from capital. If the board accepts this, that means we get to keep the $30,000 in capital for other use. So that, again, this would be compliant because it's taking a look at our overall needs within this building. And just because if the board accepts the least option, it doesn't mean that the issues here will completely go away, and this will help make a choice for the board to determine what's safe for the staff and safe for the board members. Next. Recommendation number 7, office space upgrades for office protocols, for COVID protocols. The HVAC system, it desperately needs update, and this will help fresh air and help the staff and the board safe. And the next one is a boardroom upgrades, $35,000. These upgrades are not in the current budget, but if funded from the COVID taxes, would not affect any tax increase. It would be funded from the $773,000. And I believe next one. Next one here is the summary of what we just discussed. As stated earlier, there is $206,600 that we're recommending, and that could be used for unanticipated issues, like I stated earlier. There are areas where we can make recommendations and be proactive in case it comes close to the end of the year and we have money left over. I've got a recommendation to the CAO that I will be forwarding on what if we have money and we may have a chance to lose it. I can actually make a plan that will be acceptable by the province so we can use it all. So I'll pass that on back to the chair to see where the board wants to go.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Jim. We do have some questions here. I'll go to Director Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. So on the lease for the office and computer space, are we looking at 5 years in terms of COVID related? Are we expecting this to be a 5-year period where we need this? And the assessment then on the facility needs assessment, will that include the 5-year lease that kind of mitigates a little bit of the issues we have in the office? I'm not quite sure, is this strictly COVID or is this just a larger plan to accommodate what we need in terms of space, period?
So that's a very good.
I'll take this one, Jim.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're looking at this from a short-range plan and a long-range plan. We've already committed to the city that we'll look at a co-location possibility for municipalities, but that's long-term. Like that's probably 10 years before that would take effect. So what we need to do is look short-term. We just selected arbitrarily 5 years from a planning perspective. The facility that we're looking at is the old First West part of the building right across from City Hall that they no longer need. On their second floor of that, they've got a data center. and it's already set up pretty much for what we would need and what we would propose. And Mr. Francisco's already been working with Penticton and Summerland about a co-joint facility for that. But part of that floor that we're proposing is for the data bank, and then there is enough space on that floor for relocation of staff out of 101 Martin to make sure that we can meet those social distancing requirements. We don't think that this is going to last forever. I don't think anybody does, but it's certainly going to last for the next 6 months or so. And I think a lot of the improvements that we're making now as far as space is going to be entrenched, and we'll continue on with those. And the fact is that we're too tightly jammed in here anyway, that it's too stressful for the staff to try and work in this type of environment. And we're going to talk more about 101 Martin and some of the other recommendations. But the 5-year lease on the second floor of, I believe it's 184 Main, is what we're proposing for that $50,000.
And CAO, that does include some equipment already in their data center? Or not?
It is amazing to me. I never cease to be amazed by the amount of equipment that some organizations are able to just write off. And First West has already started to move more towards the cloud. We may eventually get there, probably not within the 5 years that we're looking at for this, but they have an amazing amount. They're going to leave all of their data center that they've been using as is, and we can virtually just move in there. And all of their hardware may be available. I didn't mention this because this will probably be part of a negotiation on the lease fee if we get the board's approval. But we think there's an opportunity there that would be, all of their stuff they're throwing out is much better than the stuff that we have.
And our stuff's in a closet, isn't it?
And from a space point of view, we just cannot continue to meet our needs out of the space we have for our data center right now, which is a closet.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Johansson. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. A couple questions. One, I'd just like a little more information on the HVAC system upgrade, just to understand what the 90,000 is for. And another question I have, just around the need to make a decision on this summary list and the timing of that. And the reason that I'm asking about that is it would be good to know all the COVID restart funding needs. There's a lot of them that have been impacting our budgets and will impact our budgets going forward, such as lost revenue and shared services. Some recreational facilities have really taken a beating and will continue to take a beating. The COVID burning ban, for example, has impacted wood chipping budgets going forward. And I think for me to make an educated decision and prioritize the priorities, it would be good to have all the things that could be funded from the COVID restart funding so that we could look at them all and come up with the top 10, so to speak. So just looking at the timing of that and when that other information is going to be coming to the board. Thank you.
So we did ask the Alberta Parks and Recreation Society if they had any COVID-related losses during 2020. We haven't received anything yet. I'm sure there are some, so when we do, we could make those available. And as far as the chipping program, I'm not sure if those are in going forward, whether we claim those for like pandemic-related expenses or not, Director Johansson. We could certainly look at if we've experienced anything so far, but at this point in time, we just don't have a figure on those.
Just a follow-up, Chair, if possible, just talking with Jim Safino about the shared budget for Oliver and Area C, looking at the landfill, there was a considerable increase in wood chipping fees this year that were related to the COVID burning ban, and my understanding is those are expected to continue because we see that increased budget for 2021. So that's a small thing, but it still affects our budgets, and I'm sure there's other ones throughout the regional district that are going to be affected as well. So again, just kind of wondering about the timing of this. I suppose you need a decision sooner than later because you want to include this in the budget. But if there's an opportunity to have maybe a further review of some of the other options for us to consider as well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can certainly look at that. There is that $206,000 uncommitted at this point. So, I mean, if those types can be proved out to the province, then we could certainly add those in.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Knoll.
I'm just echoing Director Johansson's comments. We also have a $5,000 increase in the Loose Bay budget that seems to be somewhat COVID related, plus what's over $32,000 increase over our 8,000 max in the wood chipping program. And I'm sure we're not the only areas that are seeing increases in related costs that have gone up. So if we transfer all those costs to the building, in effect, we're actually subsidizing the building at the expense of our local taxpayers.
Did you have anything to add to that, Jim?
The lease of the building is helping all the taxpayers. That's what got into the benefits, because there is a need to protect the staff. There's a need to continue. There's continuity in the process of the political process, and that's going to help keep the workers going and the board, their meetings, etc. But that's why that $206,600 is there for the issues that will be happening early in the first quarter of 2021. So when I said that we'll have a what if in case we don't spend all the money, those are the areas that you want to be looking at. Is if something happens where we need a capital expenditures, there's the money. If there's something happens where we obviously see that there's a reduction in revenue or an increase in expenses, then we have that. But one of the things that we would need is I would need confirmation from the province to make sure that we're spending the money and we don't have to give it back. But the board has a lot of time between the first reading and the third reading to take a look at that and look at how to spend that 2066.
Great, thank you, Jim. So my understanding is we're looking at these to approve today to move forward into the budget for first reading in January. These
Correct.
are always subject to change if need be, or to add more to the list once we get into January. Next on the list is Director Obert. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I have two questions. The first is general, the second more specific. On the first one, when I look at and listen to all that's been said so far and look at the information, it appears the money is mostly going to Martin Street. And my question here is, and I appreciate we get benefit from admin costs going down. So on that level, I understand the benefit to the electoral areas. But my question is there any opportunity for money to go into the electoral areas directly? You know, specifically our area, we could use some equipment, COVID related, for better communication in our club room or in our Okanagan Falls Economic Development Office. We have the Advisory Planning Commission, we have Parks and Rec Commission, we have community partners that meet in these rooms, and it would sure be wonderful to see some of the money spent in the electoral areas. So the first question is that possible? And then and I appreciate the 206 may have some room, but I'm not sure if there's anything on here other than that. And then moving on, The second question is item number 6, which I'm thrilled to see on that facility needs assessment. Want to make sure that other areas get included outside the city of Penticton. So OK Falls, for example, we probably can provide a lower cost and better benefit to the taxpayer on location outside of Penticton, especially when we look at the benefits to Penticton and others by selling our Martin Street location, putting higher and best use to the city of Penticton, and all the benefits that would flow in a business case. I think that's real important to be included. So I'm asking, can that be included? And further to CAO's remark about the co-location possibility, I think that's a great idea to review the possibility. And indeed, I would join that in to the possibility that that co-location could be considered in other areas as well. I think Penticton could benefit. I think the regional district could benefit. And when we're dealing at this board, I think we need to remember that our purpose is what's best for the regional district, the electoral areas. And I think sometimes that gets lost when everything's done in Penticton. And so I want to make sure that's included. So the second question, can we be sure to include locations outside Penticton in that consideration of facility needs assessment? Obviously, if I'm understanding that correctly, it means we need 21st century building, technology, infrastructure, IT capability built in. And I can see some real advantages of our governance building being located more in the electoral areas that are being governed, as opposed to a municipality which has excellent authority and governance already. Thank you for taking my 2 questions.
So the space study is intended to cover all of the satellite facilities within the regional district. So we have staff housed in Naramata right now. Most of our utility crew work out of that office, and we know that there's other higher uses of that building. We have a new facility so far at 1313 Greyback Mountain Road with the proposed organics facility. We bought that house that was there that is intended now for office use. We do have the satellite office in Okanagan Falls. We've got one in Princeton. We have our Similkameen recreation facility over in Karamias. So yeah, we're going to look at all of that and see where we can best place them. The other part of this is that we talked about doing that shadow bid as far as the maintenance contract on Campbell Mountain. If there's a business case for that, that would certainly have an impact on the type of operational facility that we need as far as staff or equipment. So yes on that one. The co-location study, our feasibility study, long-term, that we're considering with the city of Penticton would probably be specific to within the city. I don't know if the city would locate City Hall outside of their corporate boundaries. We think there's economies of scale in that. That's why we're interested, because of the business case on it for meeting rooms and common space and shared facilities and equipment, potentially staff. So that would have to be proven out from a business case point of view, and that is definitely long-term planning. The other space study is more the short-term.
Okay, thank you. Next is Director Bauer. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Chair, but the question was just answered. I was just wondering about the facility assessment too, because we made an assessment at the regional district office a few years ago. So if this is COVID specific, then it shouldn't come out of the capital reserves. But since we're assessing all facilities, that makes sense now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Monteith, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh gosh, I've had nothing but volume issues. Okay, what about the fire departments? Are we able to use any of this for any of the extra costs they've had?
Are we certainly could?
And what is the suggestion, CAO? Is it that directors should be then emailing in their suggestions
Sure, we could do that.
Or Director Monteith might suggest to the head of the Fire Chiefs Association, I think it's Chief Godry, to submit a request.
Sure.
Okay, excellent. Anything further, Director Monteith? No, you're good. Okay, thanks. Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I guess the issue I have with trying to designate funding to one particular area or another is how you allocate that fairly across the different areas, and trying to determine who's being more impacted or less impacted by COVID. What I like about this approach is in using the money to reduce administrative expenses, or reducing general government, is that everybody benefits. And if you're using the money to be able to pay for something that you were planning to do anyway, all the better, because that's everybody again benefits from that in reducing their tax collection. So I like this approach that's being presented here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Bush, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to move the recommendation too.
Great, thank you. Is there a seconder to this? Director Coyne Jr. seconding, thank you. Any further questions or comments on this? I'm not seeing any hands up. Oh, Director Monteith, go ahead, please.
To the chair, if we move this recommendation, are we not able to add to it anymore?
No, we can add this. Just gets this into the budget for January for first reading, and we can certainly add or remove. Go ahead, CAO.
So if the board is interested, Madam Chair, then we'll do more work on it. We weren't sure how this would fly. I think there are opportunities to cover more costs, and certainly fire department costs or other area-specific costs, landfill costs, we can certainly consider. As Jim indicated, there is a certain amount of the money that we're proposing to go into the restart program that is already in the 2021 budget. So we would certainly now take a closer look at that and see what the implications are and provide more specific information. But then that also is an opportunity if the board wanted to redirect part of the restart, that doesn't mean that what we propose is still not feasible because it's already in the budget.
Right. Okay, thank you. Director Gittins?
Thank you, the chair. With the lease space that we're talking about, how many office spaces are there in that lease space?
Oh boy. So the data center these are very narrow, like the area in that building is really skinny. Yeah. Because initially we thought, well, gee, maybe we could have a board meeting over here. But with the social distancing, it would have to be like a 75-foot long board table, and it is very skinny. So the data bank is in the back of it, and we have talked with the city and with Summerland about a joint approach on that, because they are also facing some technological issues. And then I think there's probably room for maybe 10 offices, or do you have a better idea, Danny?
It's 2,000 square feet, that floor, so a portion of that's the data center, maybe a third of it. So how you could carve up, maybe not quite that much, a quarter of it's the data center.
Yeah, I think probably 10 or a bit more.
Just as a follow-up, I think with COVID and definitely understanding the stress for staff and having space, because it is really jam-packed in this office, as we all know. I am a little concerned just with the next building, because that was the next door building, because that's pretty new, and if we build over here as well, it's hard to unpack office space and get people to move back here. So I don't anticipate that this will end in 5 years, or if COVID goes away, we'll keep kind of expanding. And I just want to have that as a concern. I do like that you're talking to the other municipalities about maybe coming together with a bigger plan, but just having that 5-year lease and just knowing that it's going to be permanent. It's not going to stay with COVID for sure. Just recognizing that.
Yeah, we're not sure if that exact location would be the permanent one. Definitely, we're going to need more space, but we do have that additional modular home out on the organic site that could be about the same square footage. But I think we'd have a better idea within 5 years if the permanent, the long range plan is going to work, or if we wanted to move out somewhere else, we could do that work. So I didn't think it would be beneficial to do shorter than 5 years, just because I don't think we're going to make the technological change quickly, but eventually, I know Danny's aiming us towards the cloud, so we may not need the data center in its current form in 5 years either. So I think in his world, 5 years is a lifetime.
Yeah.
So,
Governments.
but I think 5 years is probably appropriate.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, I think it will help at least reach some goals with based on what we saw in the IS assessment.
Mhm.
We certainly are behind on things that we need to do, and then we can work on long-range planning with maybe a joint use.
Yeah, and we're not only looking at Summerland and Penticton, Madam Chair. Danny's already been out talking to our other members, and I'm sure that they're probably in the same boat as far as IS issues, and we may be able to assist with that as well.
Okay, thank you. There's a question from Director Pendergraft. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's not so much a question as just wanted to point out the fact that, and just so everybody's aware, and the municipalities got their own funding for this, sent directly to them. The regional districts was split up in 3 separate ways. One was the 300,000. The other one was based on everybody count-wise, and that was whatever that number was. But there was 185,000 that was strictly based on the rural areas population. That should probably be distributed into those rural areas specifically. Just like the municipalities got their own funding, the electoral areas should probably get that portion more applied to the things that affected them directly.
Yeah, good point, Director Pendergraft. Thank you. And that might be something that comes into play with some of our rural fire departments or some other needs.
That's what I was assuming and hoping for.
Okay, great, thank you. We do have a motion on the floor. Before I call the question, I'll ask again if there's any other questions or comments, suggestions. Danny, can you bring the PowerPoint down, please?
It's a meeting in the room.
Okay, Director Roberts, go ahead, please.
I'd like to back up and support, to the chair, back up and support what was just spoke by Director Pendergraft. I'd like to see where we'd have that fair and equitable expenditures in our particular areas, meeting the needs of our citizens on that front. And I'm assuming, and I'm hoping that if we, in passing this, that would be or could be or is what part of that 206,000, that by agreeing to what we've just seen or passing that in and of itself doesn't cut that chance out that Director Pendergraft brought up. I just want to know if that's true or not.
Thank you. Jim, could you confirm, please?
That would be up to the board. So can we recreate the numbers? Yes, but the board would have to authorize that.
Right. So if the board authorized that, that could come out of the 206,000.
Correct.
And just to add on to that, Madam Chair, don't forget that it has to meet the eligibility criteria as a COVID recovery expense, and it has to be committed by the end of next year.
Yeah, they're very clear on that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Director Johansson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just never did get an answer on the HVAC upgrades What the 90,000 was for, and I guess the follow-up on that is that's still to be approved as being able to spend the COVID restart money on. I think Jim could probably answer that, and I would just also like to echo that I hear exactly what Director Pendergraft is saying and wholeheartedly support that. As a municipality, we did get a significant amount of funding that we are using to deal with our issues, and it makes perfect sense that that funding would roll out to the regional, the electoral areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, could you answer Director Johansson's question?
The HVAC would qualify for the COVID funds. Mark would have to let you know why. I believe it would be for the fresh air and the transfer of the air and make it safer to breathe in here and to work in here. And that's one reason why it would qualify.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Okay, so we have the motion on the floor, and I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. And was anybody opposed? Director Knodel opposed? Anybody else? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. That we'll move on to the last item under corporate services, item D, Indigenous Intergovernmental Relations, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Malden, but we did have a motion from the board to investigate the retention of an Indigenous relations person and to sort of to restart the discussions with our forward bands about their relationships.
Okay, so we'll go to Ms. Malden on this.
Thanks very much. So as the CAO mentioned, the board directed staff to investigate a liaison position. So we started we did a significant amount of research actually. We talked to our counterparts in other local governments who had Indigenous relation positions. We looked at what those looked like, the terms of reference or the job descriptions for them. We went to school districts, we went to the provincial government, the federal government, various ministries within the province, because of course there are several ministries that we knew that we could mine for some information. We did reach out to our Indigenous communities and we did have some good dialogue with them, but not enough. And the prevailing theme that we saw throughout is if we were going to look at a position, we really, really need to work with our bands to come up with what that position would actually look like. So, you know, our tendency normally is to spring forward and, you know, proceed with these great ideas when in actual fact, we've not taken the time to talk with them to see what it means to them. So with all the research we've done and everything and the communications that we're currently undergoing with some of our Indigenous communities, you know, we just realized we're nowhere near yet to form a recommendation or start to provide the board with what that position would actually look like and how it would be funded and who would feed into it and such. So there was a lot more questions than answers once we got through the portion of research that we did. We know we want to work more with our partners, take the time to do that in Indigenous communities. It's a good relationship building opportunity as well. So, and we have UNDRIP to look at, and we're just learning about the 10 principles coming down and what that will do for local government. So in 2021, you know, we thought it's probably better to take the time to continue with that dialogue, to look at UNDRIP, to see what that impact may have on local governments and just continue on from there. So our recommendation is to take that year to do that, to continue to work on this. At the end of the year, we hope we could bring forward some well-researched and team-based recommendations to the board, which would encompass, you know, the feasibility of this liaison position plus the UNDRIP principles. So that was what we submitted forward for our recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much, Christy. I'll go to questions. I'll start with Director Gettens.
Great, thank you to the chair. I always think it's an indication of really good research when you come away with more questions than you have answers. So I think well done to start off with that. It is really complex and there are so many moving pieces. So I think it's important to this board that we engage with all of our neighbors in a really great way. So thank you for doing the research and I'm looking forward to hearing more as the year goes on. So that's a great start. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that, Director Gittins. Did anybody else have anything? Yes, Director Obert, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to echo what Director Gittins just said. I think this is a very positive, correct step, and I'm impressed by what I just heard about the work done so far. And I agree that, you know, when you have those questions and moving in a proper rate of speed to make sure you have that kind of proper respect paid to all concerned. I just think that's a great recommendation and I do support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else with a question or comment? Director Coyne Sr., go ahead, please.
Need a motion on this to defer this for 1 year?
Sorry, say that again, Director Coyne.
Do we need a motion on this, or can we just defer it for a year, or what do we have to do there?
There is a recommended motion in the report that says that the regional district commence consultation with the 4 Indian bands within our geographic area to determine the most effective mechanism to establish strong working relationships. Did you want to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Director Bush, are you seconding that?
No, not yet.
Okay, is seconded by Director Sentis. Go ahead, Director Bush.
Okay, so don't we already do this with our letter of understanding and whatnot?
Go ahead, CAO.
So we had three bands involved in the 2013 protocol agreement, and then a separate one established with the Upper Similkameen Indian Band through, along with the town of Princeton, within the last year or so. So over the last, I'd say 4 years, I mean, the relationship was very strong from 2013 to about 2016, and hasn't been so strong since then. With the Penticton Indian Band was going through some struggles and just didn't have the time or focus to really engage. And the Osoyoos Indian Band got mad at us and withdrew. And the Lower Similkameen Indian Band is sort of being available, but we didn't have the majority. So it's cyclical. We go through periods, and I think going forward, we want to make sure that it's a sustained approach, and that maybe we have to look at that protocol agreement and make sure that it is sustainable and that we all understand it the same way. So I think there's work to do there, Director Bush.
Right, and we had moved forward on working on a C2C. We met with Chief Ennis and his team, and then we had some dates, and then those dates didn't work. But then we had COVID kick in, and that really halted everything that we were trying to do with a new C2C. And I guess we might still have some delays based on COVID with C2C, unless we try to do something virtually in the meantime. So we'll see where we can go with the bands on that. Was there, I thought I saw another hand pop up, but, yes, Director Coyne Sr., go ahead, please.
So that's what this motion does, though, doesn't it? Is gives legislative services the opportunity, if things arise, to be able to work with them, or if nothing arises, we can let it float off for a year?
Yeah, it gives them an opportunity to reach out to the bands and find out more information on their feedback on this proposed role. I think that's important, that we don't bulldoze ahead on something that may not be accepted by the bands. So we want to get their feedback and input as to what they'd like to see us get involved in. We do have a lot of work going on with the different bands, different projects where staff do reach out as is. So we do have things on the go for sure, but this was meant to create improvements with our relationships with the bands. Director Bauer, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. So it seems a little bit deja vu because those of us who've been at the board for quite a while, we've done all this, the community forums, there was excellent working committees, the protocol agreement, and like the CEO has said, it is a little bit like a relationship, you get the ups and downs. But I'm not sure that a designated person, like a liaison, working with all the bands on behalf of all the RDOS is practical or workable. So for that matter, I guess the motion that's on the table is fine, because I really don't think that that's the way we have to go.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think this motion allows time for more talking and research, and we will certainly see a report back to the board as to what the recommendations are sometime next year. Anybody else with any comments or suggestions? We do have the motion on the floor right now. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else. I'll therefore call the question. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. Okay, anybody opposed? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone opposed. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Folks, that takes us to the end of Corporate Services Committee. So we are adjourned with Corporate Services. It's 12:35 right now. And oh, we actually finished early. So we're going to have a lunch break now, folks. Wow, I'm surprised we got that early. And then we will start with the hospital board meeting, and we want to make sure that we start that promptly on time so we can get through that before the regular board meeting. So if you can be back here ready to go by 1:15, 1:12, 1:10 would be really great. Okay, thanks everybody. We'll see you in a bit.
I didn't have a chance to make a lunch.
Sabrina, I noticed you have your hand up. Did you have a question, or is that an accidental hand or leftover?
Carla, I've had nothing but problems.
Oh.
I haven't been able to hear anybody. It's been, I can't put my hand down. I can't put my hand up.
Well, we can
I
hear
give up.
you just fine.
So what I might have to do when I get in these situations is just sort of unmute and say hi.
Okay. Well,
because I can't.
Are we going to have a visual of you? Can you wave at me?
I can't. If I turn that on, I have no audio.
Oh, okay. Then that's fine. So right now your hand's up. Are you able to take it down or not?
Nope.
Oh, interesting. Danny, can you take her hand down?
No, we don't
No.
have hand control.
Okay. So Sabrina, that's great. Thanks for letting me know. You're just going to have to interject. Just say hello or Carla or whatever. And
okay.
So try to just leave the meeting and rejoin as well.
Oh, yeah. Danny said you could leave the meeting and rejoin, and that might fix it.
Okay, I'll do that right now.
Okay, great.
You know, it's interesting as you sit here and out of the corner of your eye, you see those things move.
Oh, yeah.
You think, what
moves?
What was that?
Yeah, and what I do is I keep clicking on, so it says, when I scroll down, it says attendees 10. So if I click on view all attendees, now I scroll through to see, okay, there's staff in there, is there a speaker?
I still don't know what it
You
is.
can see some of the press are there. So
start?
Nope, you go ahead, Judy, you're unmuted now.
Okay. All right, board, I would like to call the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District board meeting. And with that on our agenda, I'd like a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Here.
Thank you, Manfred, and
Yep, I can do it.
oh, sorry, thanks.
That's okay.
All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Are there any to object? Well, that motion then is carried. We'll go to item B. It's the board meeting minutes from October 1 of 2020. And there is a recommendation. So can I have a motion?
Moved.
Okay, super. We'll call the question then that the minutes of the October 1st, 2020 Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District Board be adopted. All those in favor? Thank you. Are there any objections? Thank you, that motion is carried. We'll then go to item 2 under B. It is the November 5th, 2020 board meeting minutes. And recommendation is that the minutes of the November 5th, 2020 Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District inaugural board meeting be adopted. Can I have a motion? Thank you. All in favor of that motion? Thank you. Are there any objections? That motion is carried. Referring then to item C, it is the Osher budget. It's for information only, and I will turn it over to our CAO, please.
Oh, thanks, Madam Chair. So, same as with the Regional Hospital District Board of Directors, you're obligated to pass a 5-year plan each year. So it's a rolling plan. And we keep the hospital district budget and the regional district budget separate, although it is the same group. And the intent today is get the information, discuss it, ask questions, and then really the rubber hits the road when we bring the budget bylaw back in for first reading, and that'll be early in the new year. So I know our finance department has been working diligently in order to get this ready for you, and there's a number of presentations they want to make just to give you an update on how this works and what we're proposing. And I'm going to turn it over to our Manager of Financial Services, Jim Stefano, to introduce John Cote, who actually does all the work and makes the presentation.
Thank you. As stated, John is our in-house expert. He's been doing the hospital budget for a number of years, and I don't see a change. I've looked at his work. He's doing an awesome job. And to make a recommendation for one of the options is a 0 increase. He's making me look bad with the budget that I presented to you. So I do want to try to change this over to John. And John, take over, please.
Yeah, here's that $5, thank you, Jim. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a quick overview. When I prepared this information, I was missing a couple of important pieces of information. One was the IHA capital requests for 2021, which we just received this morning. I just happen to have a copy of it. We'll talk about that at the end. We'll quickly go through these slides. This is typically the slides we use when we do the public consultation. So we'll go to slide 2. And we'll just, typically we fund 40% of Interior Health's capital budget for the region. And right now, provisionally, I'd had all the expenditures set for 2021 at 15.5 million roughly. That's going to change with what I received this afternoon from IHA. Last year, the total we budgeted was just a little over $12 million. We'll go to the next slide. It talks a little bit about the patient care tower project. Currently, what's happening with that is they're just they're on the renovation phase of that project, where they're working on the emergency ward upgrades and pharmacy material stores are a couple of projects they're working on. Expected completion of that is sometime in 2022, probably towards the fall or winter. I think we'll probably need to get IHA to come in and maybe to speak to where they are on that tower project. Let's see, what else is there? I had to estimate, based on a 5-year average, what I thought would be the estimate of the, their capital ask for this year. But from what I see, it's going to be quite a bit higher. So I'll skip to the next slide. So this is kind of what is drafted at present. So I sort of drafted it so that there would be no change in the tax requisition. With the increased capital ask from IHA, I would imagine the board will request IHA come in to speak to some of the items on that list. I don't know if that'll happen. Hopefully the first meeting in January, we can get them in here so that you can do first reading of the budget. In the first meeting in January, I guess the only hospital district meeting in January. And I don't have the 2021 assessment data yet. I don't get that till January 1st. So I don't know what the average residential rate will be until we sort of finalize what our first reading budget is. If we don't do an increase, it'll probably be around the same amount that was requisitioned on average last year. So right now this will change once the 2021 completed roll comes out January 1st. So this just basically shows where the pool of money will come from each member municipality or rural area. I don't anticipate what the change will be until I get those numbers. So right now it just shows the same as last year. Currently, this is what we have for long-term debt. So in 2020, we converted our short-term borrowing on the Penticton ambulatory care tower project to long-term on a 25-year amortization. So I think our first principal payment comes due in March or April of 2021. And that's reflected in our budget numbers. The other 3 issues will be, they expire in the next 1 to 2 years, and they will drop off. So issue 150 will be the only issue we have currently. In regards to the Section 24 reserves, I don't know until I finish the year end for 2020 what the actual ending balance, but estimated right now it'll be about almost $13 million. But that number will likely change. I'm not sure if it'll go up or down roughly until I do the year end. So basically that right now just shows an estimate from 2021 to 2025. So. And that's it for that part of the presentation. Danny, are you able to bring up that Schedule A, that PDF? Oh, that's the other one. That's the one. That I believe got sent out to you, was it yesterday? So that's kind of how the budget has been drafted to this point. It basically breaks down the various sources of revenue and the various expenditures that we've, and some of those numbers are pretty much set right now, like the debt payments, we know what those are. What else? The one thing you might notice is our audit fees have increased quite a bit. Our contract with BDO had expired at the end of 2019, so the new fees that they had given us had rose by about 55%. So currently right now I'm in discussions with KPMG to see if they will take over the audit at a reduced fee, because we have no obligation to continue with BDO, and because the amount is under 25,000, we don't really need to go out to an RFP at this point. So with our RDOS year end, we'll probably sometime in the middle of next year be going out to a RFP on our audit services. But for 2020, we'll probably be having somebody different do our audit for us. I don't think there's really anything of note. The one item that you might see is a transfer from reserve in regards to carry forward capital projects. So when we budget for the IHA asks, sometimes it takes them 3 years for those projects to complete. So we have to keep carrying forward in our reserve the amounts that we don't spend in a particular year. So right now, I have to really look at that number again, but when I quickly estimated it, yeah, it's about $6 million that IHA has requested that they haven't claimed yet. So we need to basically, at the end of the year, all those surplus funds go into the Section 24 reserve, and then the next year we pull them back out. They're available for them if IHA makes those claims to us. So that money's, once those projects are done, those claims tend to drop off. I don't know what else I can say about that. I don't really think there's much else on that schedule. And then the next page, Danny, you able to forward to the next? You have that in that first package. It just shows the splits between the member municipalities and the rural areas. Danny, you able to go to that next presentation, the what if budget scenarios, please? So I ran some quick scenarios. This page just gives you some of the budget assumptions that I used when I was drafting up this budget. The one item that of note is in regards to the long-term debt. At 1.99%. Because of what's happened with the COVID, typically what they do when we borrow money is it's the rate they give us on the first 10 years the first 10 years of the debt issue. That rate will hold for that 10 years. But because there was no bond market at the time we asked for those funds, on the 10-year, they could only give us that rate for 5. So around 2025. We'll have a rate reset on that debt issue for the tower project. And how long that rate will be set for depends on what the bond market is at the time. Everything's kind of upside down in regards to stock markets and bond markets. So, but that's our rate on that debt for the next, from 2020 to about 2025. It also shows in regards to our payments that we have to continually pay from 2021 and 2022 for the patient care tower project that's listed there. There is an amount that they have in regards to a reserve. Now, do I have it listed on this page? I don't. Might have been on the other slide.
Is that the last item, John, on this slide? It indicates estimated reserves at December 31, 2020.
Yeah, I think I might have had it included in the other slide. I can't see it here. We have about $13 million between 2021 and 2022 to pay IHA, but of that $13 million is about a $4 million project reserve So of that $4 million, I don't know what IHA is going to be needing to use to complete the project. So it's possible of the $117 million for the total project, our share, we may, it could be reduced by a couple $1 million. We really don't know until the project is complete, but I just thought I would make note of that. So that's how I sort of, I looked at a 5-year average, 3 and a 4-year average too. I sort of stuck with, when I was using my assumptions, I just went with the 5-year for now. And then on the scenarios, the scenario 1, I held the tax requisition at the 2020 level. So for 2019, 2020, the taxes were the same. So on the first scenario, I kept the tax requisition the same. For scenario 2, I just increased the tax requisition by 2%. And that increase, I just put the increase into the reserve. And then in scenario 3, any increases over the 5-year average of capital requests, that would just be strictly funded through taxation just to see what the lift would be. So I just guessed at about 520,000 to put it at about $3 million. But now that I've got the actual figures, all my hard work has changed. So,
John?
Yeah?
Yeah, so not so much because the board isn't obligated to fund everything that IHA asks for. They have to come in and justify it.
Oh, yes.
They can set an amount and I'm sure they can.
Well, and the other option too is that on any big projects is the hospital board can borrow money. So that option is
Hello, did I lose everybody?
I can't hear the boardroom either.
Okay.
Me neither.
I can't hear anybody either.
Yeah, lost $12 to $13 on an average resident.
Yeah, not us
based on
for
the
a change.
assessment data I have.
They're taking back.
Oh.
I'll run down.
That's how they do that in Area G, I guess, eh?
They got disconnected.
Oh. Okay, directors, we're hearing some dialogue amongst yourselves.
Ask them when they lost us.
We lost the boardroom.
How long ago?
Not too long.
2 minutes?
2 minutes?
Right about the same time Bill interjected post John's statement, things changing or not changing.
Did you want to repeat?
I think they're fine.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think what the CAO had said was that there's different funding possibilities through taxation, through debt issues, reserves, I think is what he spoke to. And that's usually what you as a board would have to discuss, how you want to fund any of these asks. But typically, I would recommend that you get IHA in here to speak to the items of interest to any of the directors. And what I was kind of saying was on the 3 different scenarios, I'll just back up. So scenario 1, there would be roughly no change on the levy on an average residential property if the taxes were held at the 2020 level. If it was increased by 2%, it's about a $3 increase. And then if the IHA request came in more like 520,000 more than what I've drafted up, it would be about a $13 increase on average. I just projected what the reserve balances would be at the end of 21 based on those scenarios. And that's pretty much it. I just, my recommendation was that we try to hold taxation at the current level if we can do that. but that's really for you guys to discuss. The one thing I was going to share with you, that information that I got, Danny, if you could pull up that page 5 on that. I don't know if you can blow it up, and I don't know if the directors can see it. We just received this morning from Interior Health. So the total ask for 2021 is $4,387,200. So it's about 1.75 million more than what I'd estimated. So I'll have some more number crunching to do, I guess, over the holidays. So I'll have to, through the CAO, maybe, I would imagine before the January meeting, you'll get this information.
I think we'll just call it there, John. We'll bring that in later.
Yeah.
We'll turn it back to the chair and she can ask if there's questions.
Super, and I thank you, John, very much for your diligence here. And as the agenda suggests, this is for information only, because at this point there are more questions than there are answers. I heard a lot of ifs and maybes and perhaps. So I think, as what I know in the past, IHA has to come in and present this information to us and answer any questions we have as to the ask, why the ask. So, I mean, I can certainly open this up to any questions any of you may have, but I just recognize John's ability to answer is very much hampered because you don't have all of the correct information. You've made assumptions. But certainly, if anyone has a question to ask, certainly we'll make that opportunity available to you now.
Director sends us, or chair sends us.
Oh, I'm so busy looking at the screen, I forgot who's here. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just, maybe this is a question to CAO. When do we expect IHA to come in and do their presentation?
Oh, we haven't asked them yet.
Okay, so I'm assuming we can ask them and book them in January, hopefully?
Yeah.
The first meeting in January for the hospital district is the 21st.
Yeah, so we'll bring a report in first and the budget bylaw, and then certainly before we adopt it, we would ask if the IHA could hit one of our meetings. We can always, I mean, typically hospital meetings are the second meeting of each month.
That's right.
But we could set up a special one if they have trouble meeting that deadline.
Is everyone all right with the information as it's been presented at this point, or do you want to comment or ask for anything specifically?
Director Bauer.
Director Bauer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just wondering if, let's say, Oliver is asking for a X-ray machine for X amount of money, and we say no. Do they then go to the ministry or to any other kind of source and ask for money, or is it just going to wait another year and then ask again?
Well, that'd be really up to IHA. Our job is to fund 40% of what they ask for, really. So if they've asked for it and we decide not to, then they'd either have to look for another source of funds or they would bring it back the next year.
Are you fine with that, Director Mallard? Yes, okay, thank you. Director Monteith.
To the chair, looking at the list provided by Interior Health, is it possible to have them maybe rank the items so that we have an understanding of their priorities?
Yeah, we can ask them to do that.
That would be helpful for me because I know that I'm not a healthcare professional, so I don't understand the dire need of an ultrasound machine in Oliver versus something at Karamias. So anyways, be helpful for me to make decisions.
Are you fine then, Director Monteith, with the answer?
Thank you.
Okay, I'll then go to Director Gettins, please.
Thank you. I have a question, the chair, about the reserves, and I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So we've got a pretty healthy reserve of about $12 million, I think is what I saw in the presentation.
Half of that is for carry forward capital requests.
Okay, so that's $6 million. So as we get these increases around the $4 million and we are supplementing these asks with reserves, right? Because we don't, like we did last year, we didn't give them 3.9 million, we gave them that with reserves into that thing. So when we run out of this reserve, which seems to be coming maybe more quickly, is the expectation that the tower is then fulfilled in what they need for a capital project, so we don't have to expect these multi-million-dollar asks? Is that how it's supposed to work?
No, so when the tower program was first approved, it was a board decision at the time that we would pay half of our share from reserves and we would borrow the other half. And so that's what John has reflected in his presentation.
So we just keep borrowing.
These annual requests from IHA for equipment and network improvements, they'll come every year, and we put money into the reserve every year. But I think they're getting more aggressive in what they're asking for.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to just make sure that we're comfortable with what they've included.
And
the prioritization is a good idea.
Can I ask a follow-up then?
Yes.
So because when I hear it's our responsibility to pay for 40% of what they're asked, we also have responsibility to the taxpayer to make sure that we are making sure that we're representing what the taxpayers want as well. So because they ask, it doesn't mean that we have to say yes. We certainly have that discussion with them.
Yes.
But that probably hasn't happened before.
Oh yeah, we on an annual basis get a presentation on their capital requests.
And have we ever said no to something before?
Rarely.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't.
Director Gittens, we actually have raised a question. It was a few years back when I was here. It was all on childcare, entry of children into the hospital.
Yeah.
And they made a change, and we objected, and they suddenly found the money that project needed. So there is a history that they will listen, but we have to let them come forward, and certainly then, represent our constituents.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. We look at a priority there, and every once in a while I have my own selfish desire to put my own priority list, like a covered area for ambulances so I don't pull your loved ones out in the snow, the rain, inclement weather, and are unable to decontaminate our ambulances because we're out in the parking lot.
Thank you for that comment.
It's good to know. Yeah.
Did you have anything else, Director Roberts? Your hand was still there.
I'll get rid of it because everything else I have is quite subjective.
Okay. Well, I thank you for that comment. I'm not sure that I see any other questions. As I say, Mr. Cote's hands are somewhat tied to assumptions and what ifs and perhaps. So I think we're really at this point with a very preliminary budget that we will definitely ask IHA to come in and present with more clarification. I don't believe I see any further. So I will proceed then with our agenda, and that will take us to item D, which is the primary care clinic, and Director Gittens.
Thank you. I'm going to recuse myself for this because of my employment with the South Okanagan Division of Family Practice.
Thank you.
Don't
I
forget
appreciate
about
that.
me.
Come back at 2 if we don't get
Okay. I will. Bye.
Thank you very much, John and Jim both. This is a very challenging time when you haven't got all of the exactness. So thank you. So with the exclusion of Director Gittens, I will take us to the primary care clinic, and I will ask our CAO to carry forward.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this is going. This issue has been an ongoing dialogue at the board for the last 2 years. In our 2019 corporate business plan, we identified the ongoing problem that many of our citizens had finding a family physician, and that it was becoming a quality of life issue for the citizens throughout the regional district. So we hooked up with the South Okanagan-Similkameen Division of Family Practice because they're the experts in it. They do physician recruitment, and they're well positioned to advise us on what we could do to help, and that's really what the board was interested in, is what can we do. So throughout 2019, the division was meeting regularly, and I think the majority of the people in attendance were regional district board members. It was obviously of significant interest. We went to UBCM in 2019, and we appeared before the minister and pressed our case for assistance in that. And then through 2020, of course, everything got a little more difficult. But still, we haven't figured out whether the board of directors for the regional hospital district really want to get into this game. We know now, we've had we've had a few presentations from the division. We've had representations from Interior Health. We know what we can do if we want to contribute funds to a designated hospital, because that's really what we're restricted to under the Act. We can contribute to primary care clinics if we get them designated as a hospital under the Hospital Act. Everything else is sort of in the gray zone. So really what we need to know is, does the board want to raise property taxes to get into physician recruitment? If they do, we'll find out the best way to do that. The division has said the best way to do it is to surround new doctors with a cohort of professionals so that they don't get distracted by having to run a business. They just want to be able to go in and practice, not incur a lot of debt, and have those professionals around them that can make sure that their clients are covered in certain situations. The division has, when they came before us earlier this year, they said, okay, we have the one primary care clinic in Penticton, the Ponderosa Clinic. They gave us a suggestion as to how the rest of the regional district could be covered. They said, you know, there should be one in Summerland, there should be one for the South Okanagan, there should be additional facilities in Karamias, but IHA is going to do that. And there should be support in Princeton. And they gave us really a description of how we could assist on that and some really loose pricing. But we still haven't decided if we want to do it or not. So that is the discussion for today, is decide whether you want to do it. If you do, we'll find out a way to do it. But if we really don't want to do it, if we don't want to raise property taxes for health, then we should let the division know that, and they can move on.
Thank you, Chair. And I think as the CAO has, forgive me, I think I just moved the chairs around, sorry. I'll get the hang of this. Thank you for your summary, because I think that's in fact the question. You've had presentations from the division. We have had it sort of left in a state of limbo, and I think it's only fair that we come to some conclusion. And at this point, the question is, do you wish to explore this or not? So everything will flow from your decision. So I open the floor for comments, conversation. The question being, do you wish to investigate this further? And as the CAO has said, they will find a way in-house to address the decision, or do you feel no? So could I please have your comments? So I have a few already up. Director Holmes, if you would start, please.
Okay, I don't think I was first, but I guess the thing I struggle with is in answering that question is what's going to look like If you don't really know what it's going to look like and how it's all going to work, it's hard to say whether you want to do it or not. And especially considering, all of us are going to be wanting to open up these primary care clinics all at the same time. And so how do you allocate the funding, from when everybody's going in it at the same time? So I have lots of questions, and maybe there's not answers to it, but until I have an idea of how it's all going to work and what it's going to look like, it's really hard to answer that question.
Thank you, Director Holmes. CAO, please.
So what the division has proposed is they'd prioritize and they would move ahead sequentially. And what they gave us earlier in the year was they said, okay, Princeton should be a 2021 project, although it's probably too late for that now, because by the time that we finish discussing it, get it into a budget, get something designated and approved, it would be 2022. But what they have said in Princeton is that there is a clinic, but it's not big enough, and that their doctors can't actually work full time right now with the number of physicians that they have, so that they need a bigger clinic. And in Princeton, it would be attached to the hospital on hospital property, but it would be the regional district hospital board that would fund it, or that we would fund our share, because when other regional districts have gone through this, it's still being either on a 60-40 split or even in some a 70-30 where their health region has paid more. But I think we would anticipate, if it's an approved or designated hospital, that IHA through the ministry would pay their share. So that was Princeton. Karamias, they said that's an IHA project. They don't need anything from the regional district in Karamias. Summerland, they had indicated that it's going to be a new building, and it's probably a 22-23 project. And they gave us an estimate of $3 million for the building and $750,000 for equipment. But I think there's a proposal from Summerland that it be included in their multi-component facility that they're looking at. So I think there's still discussion on that one. In Oliver and Osoyoos, they sort of lumped together, I think, as a South Okanagan clinic. But they hadn't identified any locations or really a plan around the South Okanagan. So that would, I think, be a later development for them. So, and then, but they didn't really propose that we do that. They said they could, try and find some other potential partners like the Medical Foundation or the Community Foundation, or get more money from IHA. It wasn't really a formed concrete proposal to us. They're just saying, can you help? And if so, what would that look like? And then we'll go out and find the rest of it.
Does that help, Director Holmes? Or, okay. Then if we could go to Director Bush.
Thank you. Just off the top of my head, I'm not in favor of raising taxes for this at the moment, although I'll keep an open mind. But to me, I think it should be done either per municipality or per area. I don't know if we should all be pitching in for this fund, but like I said, I'll keep an open mind.
Thank you, Director Bush. Can we go then to Director Bauer, please?
Thank you, Chair. So two different things. One is the physician recruitment, of course. That's been around long before COVID and long before the primary care program was developed. And I think we definitely should stay away from the getting involved financially in the physician recruitment. The other one, the development of primary care clinics, is something that the province developed, and it is definitely a provincial mandate, not ours. If, however, they can come out and designate all the primary care clinics in a way that we can contribute, then we could perhaps shift some of that existing budget that's in the hospital district and allocate some of that to the primary care clinics. I would be okay with that. But adding on tax burden, that would be a direct downloading to local government of a health mandate that should retain provincial, and especially in a COVID environment where everybody is struggling to get by, I would not want to suggest any additional tax burden. So those are the two things, period.
Thank you, Director Bauer. Could I then go to Director Watt, please?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm going to agree very much with Director Bauer has said. Not that I actually believe in physician recruitment. I'm not necessarily sure it fits every area, but I tend to believe that there's at least merit to it. As if you look up online, everybody and their dog seems to have a formula, including Interior Health, who has a whole package on physician recruitment. So there certainly must be some merit to it. And I know Vancouver Island, specifically in Nanaimo, there was a quote from their health board that suggested any physician that comes to the island is a win for the entire region. And again, I have to agree with that, but I don't know that the timing is perfect for spending additional tax dollars on it right now. I think it's a service provided, and it's something that would bring a good need, fulfill a need in our region. But I just don't know that I agree with the timing. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Watt. We'll go then to Director Kanoto.
Thank you to the chair. I definitely agree it's not the right time to be adding any tax load, but there's also a casual observation of all the professions in the world right now. The one that'll change the most is healthcare, and we may see a dramatic change in how physicians view their job 18 months from now. So we might be best, no matter what, to defer this decision for at least 2 years.
Thank you, Director. And I'll go then to Director Robinson, please.
Thank you. I'm opposed for all the aforementioned reasons.
Thank you. Director Johansson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak for this. We're struggling in Oliver. We've lost 3 doctors and possibly 4. We are working with our physicians to open up a primary care clinic. We've identified a location. Any funding coming from our hospital district would be too late in coming. So I'm not lobbying for this on the basis of asking for funding for this. We need to move forward on this for sure. And if with that many physicians leaving the Oliver area, that's going to impact Area C, Area A, Asuyas, Costin. There's people from Karamias that take a right and go down to South Okanagan General Hospital Emergency. They don't go to Penticton because of the wait times there. So it's affecting everybody. And, we can either put our head in the sand, or we can actually investigate and understand what the options are. I think to make a decision not to support this without the information is not correct. Other hospital districts, the Caribou, Colton, South Island, they've established a way of doing funding for various things, not just PCNs, through a foundation partnership grant program. And it doesn't cost us anything other than some staff time to figure out how we might be able to do this and what the benefits would be and where the money would come from. It's not increasing our taxes this year, but it's us, being innovative and looking forward to something that's becoming a real concern here. But it's interesting to me that it's only a concern if it's affecting you, and if everything's good in your area, it's kind of like, let's just wait a couple years. We've got a problem right now in Oliver And it's not just Oliver. Don't think of it as an Oliver problem. It's South Okanagan general, South Okanagan problem that's going to affect a huge number of people. And to dismiss that, I think, just because it doesn't sound like a good idea, or I don't want to consider raising taxes without having that information, I think is a mistake. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Now, I'm just concerned there might be some hands up that just simply are forgotten. Could I check? Oh.
Behind you.
Okay. The chair here, do you want to?
Well, just a suggestion, if I might. You know, I don't know, we originally thought maybe a decision might be made today on whether we would move forward on getting into the game of primary care clinics or not, but something that we did discuss a few months ago, just on the side there when we were at the lakeside, a few of us talked about the need to approach the provincial government as to what they are going to be doing to assist with the need for more primary care facilities. And, you know, we haven't done that yet, and the government has now gone through an election and you know, new ministers, and I think we might want to make a plan to take charge this in the new year and approach the provincial government to find out what they may do for support. Just a suggestion. I know how well it worked when actually Director Sentis was the lead and we approached, I think it was Minister Lake, to get us the new hospital, and that was probably about 15 of us piled into his office, and that made a big impact. So just a thought that we might want to explore things in Victoria.
I appreciate the comment, and if I can, I'll go to our CAO for further comment.
Yeah, so this is another one, Madam Chair, where we never seem to plan enough time. We do have our board meeting starting at 2. You know, this discussion was intended to be sort of a philosophical one. We don't need to get wrapped up in what the cost in 2021 will be. I mean, there's different ways of doing this. Either you could budget a certain amount, put it in reserve until we have enough money to be effectual on assisting down the road. If it's a tangible asset, we can borrow. There's other ways of getting the money. What I can't get my head around though is whether you want to do it or if it's just the money that's stopping you from doing it. It would be a philosophical shift for the board. Right now, we do not fund physician recruitment or go outside of our 40% of funding an IHA capital project. We've stuck adamantly to that. So the discussion we need to get over is whether we think property taxes should be used for physician recruitment or improving, well, I'm not even going to say that. But we don't have enough time to finish the discussion today. So there's nothing urgent about this. It's just working our way through this until we can come up to a position.
Thank you, CAO. I think what it comes back to is the question that he has put forward. We're going round and round in circles, but what we need to know is this something we want to explore or not? All of the questions that have come forward would be identified answer-wise in that action. So I still have some speakers who haven't had the opportunity to speak. Sabrina Monteith, Director Ron Obrecht, Director Aaron Trainer, and so given we're now in a real crunch of time, I'm reluctant to defer this yet again because it has been years now in the making. But perhaps if the board has a desire to put a motion on the table to give the CAO and staff further direction, we can do that, or we can defer it for an early January meeting. And
we can bring it back on the 7th, Madam Chair.
Okay, we could bring it back on the 7th is the direction of the CAO. So what's your pleasure, board? Okay, now I still have hands up here. I don't know if those questions of Director Holmes, Trainer, Robinson, Johansson are left over. I see Director Robinson has a hand up and maybe prepared to put something on the table. Are you? Go ahead, please.
I'll put forward a motion that that we not support this.
Is there a second to the motion to not go any further? Director Bauer, thank you for that. Is there any further question, any clarification needed? We now have a motion on the table.
Director Monteith.
It would be Director Monteith, yes. If you would like to make a comment?
To the chair, I really support Dr. Johansson. I think that, and I believe that when we work on the outlying communities, it decreases the impact on the Penticton Regional Hospital. I feel that a regional approach satisfies everyone in our region, and that when we work together, we're stronger. So I don't support the current motion. I think that working together is the solution. And when we get into these silos of only thinking of our areas, I think that that's where we get challenged. So I think that we need to work together. We all work together for the Penticton Regional Hospital, what they needed. And I feel that if Oliver needs something or anywhere needs something, I think we need to work together. So I can't support the motion.
Thank you, Director, for your comments. Now I'm conscious of the time. We have a full board meeting waiting for us. So we have a motion on the floor that we can go forward with. The CAO has also suggested a deferment to the first meeting in January. Yes?
Folks, I don't like us rushing when there's hands up and we need to start the board meeting. We're behind, so I'd like to make a motion to defer, even though I was hoping we would have an answer today, but we clearly need more time to get through this. So my motion is to defer to the new year.
Director Robinson, would you withdraw your suggested motion at this point?
You just need a seconder to my defer.
Yeah.
And that was Director Holmes, I think.
Yeah, the motion to defer takes precedent.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Forgive me, I'm learning the process too. We have a motion for deferment that has been seconded.
I think Director Holmes did, but.
Yes, I'm seeing he did. So that does take precedent, I'm informed. So at this point, the live motion on the floor is for deferment to early January. And with that, I will call the question on that motion to defer. All those in favor of the motion to defer?
Your hands can come down. Judy?
5, 6.
Don't worry about counting, just now call opposed.
And thank you, Chair. And are there any opposed to the motion, please?
We have Director Robinson, Director Bauer. Anybody else opposed to deferral? Yeah.
It would appear then that we have a resolution to, in fact, defer. So I thank you all. This is a very complicated, very emotional decision, but I think it's one we have to grapple with and come to a conclusion. So hopefully when we reconvene in January, you'll be prepared to make a decision. It's just needing time. So with that, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
And seconded. Thank you. All in favor of that motion? Any opposed to the motion? Seeing none, we'll stand adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, folks. We need to get started right away on the regular board meeting this afternoon. And once again, I'd like to welcome alternate director CJ Rhodes, who is filling in for Director McCordoff. Hi, CJ. And let everyone know that Director Gettins and Director Sentes are present in the boardroom here this afternoon. So folks, have a look at your agendas, please. This is your only opportunity to remove an item from the consent agenda. Did anybody have anything they wish to remove from consent? I'm having a look. I'm not seeing any hands up. I'm looking for a motion then to approve the agenda. Moved by Director Bush, seconded by Director Rhodes. Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. That takes us to consent agenda. Looking for a motion to approve consent agenda corporate. Moved by Director Knodel, seconded by Director Coyne Jr. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. And I'll go to consent agenda development services. Looking for a motion to approve. Need someone who's rural. Director Gettins moves. Director Coyne Sr. seconded. Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? And hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So folks, that takes us to item B, which is delegation. B1 regarding road issues. And we are having some guests, and we just want to see who is on the line. We have Rick Wright, who is with us from AIM Roads. I don't see, oh, we do have Eric. Eric is here from Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. And we do, it looks like we have both of our MLAs on the line too. So we have MLA Dan Ashton and MLA Rolly Russell on the line. So welcome. It's wonderful to have all four of you with us this afternoon and for our last board meeting of the year. So we didn't have a report or any specific item. This was a request by the board of directors so that we could discuss some concerns or ideas in relation to road maintenance and future requests for road maintenance. And I'd like to therefore open it up to the board of directors to ask questions. And Danny, can you just let me know, are our guests are any of them going to be on video on the screen? Or are they all just by phone?
Yeah, Eric's on.
Oh, there's Eric. Okay, hi Eric, welcome. Anybody else?
Did you want to let them make some opening comments?
Sure, I see. So Rick, Dan, and where's Rolly? Oh, there's Rolly. Hi, Rolly. Welcome. Okay. So I'm going to ask Eric and Rick. Either of you have any opening comments that you'd like to make before we go to any questions?
I guess I just wanted to take a moment. This is Eric here. For those of you that may have met me when I was here in July, at that time I was the acting district manager for the Okanagan Shoe Swap for the Ministry of Transportation. That role has now been made permanent. So I'm here for the long haul, and thanks for inviting me to join you for this meeting. I look forward to working with you going forward.
Great, thank you, Eric. And Rick, did you have anything you wanted to provide in the way of an update or comments? I think Rick's on mute. Danny, can you unmute him?
He is unmuted.
You're unmuted now, Rick.
Okay. No, I didn't have anything prepared. I just see what I can, if there's any questions, if I can answer them to the best of my ability.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So directors, did anybody want to start us off here with any comments or questions for Eric or Rick? Yes, Director Knodel, go ahead, please.
Just comment for Mr. Wright. I'd like to thank you very much for your response to the residents on Ponderosa Drive. That was a very nice response. You so often get criticized. It's very rare that you're getting a kudos. So thank you for that. If you're looking for a place to put that material when you take it away from Ponderosa Drive, the east side of east end of Park Rail Road would really love to have it. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you, Director Canodo. I'll go to Director Roberts now. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, the chair. As we've been very fortunate, other than a couple of those snow falls that we've had, and of course affecting the higher reaches. But as we're moving forward and trying to provide support for AIM as well with their snow plowing, because I get a lot of concerns, which we've historically had. You know, last year was some hiccups, and we're hoping as we move forward that we can work together and have things cleared up quickly and efficiently. I'm actually doing a walk around in the community of Headley on Monday with the RCMP, so that we can, you know, just give a friendly update to people that have uninsured vehicles and trailers and things sitting in MOTI right-of-ways, so that we can plow. Again, there's as we move forward, you know, winter does become an issue. I'm looking to be a subcontractor since I seem to always plow my own street. But again, we're looking towards this year being a new start from last year. My next statement would be in regards to tying in with MOTI and process. We're seeing, of course, first off with issues on the Coke and the increase of highway traffic through 3 and on our own bypass road that goes through towards Caribbean, but then is in Area G, going up and around past our dump. We're seeing a real semi-traffic. We've got a large production plant that's been built on that, that's increased semi-traffic, and we have our transfer station. And we're seeing that road basically crumbling, and it's really not have its infrastructure rebuilt since it was probably built before I was born. Well, okay, maybe I was born, but a long time ago. So those are, you know, that's a question that I'd like to find out is what's an appropriate way when we look at the change of traffic patterns. We see an increase in semi-traffic, and we would like to mitigate the wear and tear on our roads and help facilitate a smoother move. For instance, we have a Town Hill coming out of Caramias, where semis have to yield on a main highway to traffic on a secondary road. So these are all kind of ties in different issues in the long term, more about traffic flow and semis coming up and down through the valley and the wear and tear on the roads and our need for a bypass upgrade. And but in the moment, of course, it's just hoping that we can move forward. And if there's anything I can do in supporting, making it easier for AIM to get the roads cleaned off, especially the secondary roads off to the main roads, I'm all ears.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we definitely look to opportunities, especially in the spring and summer. I know we've done some traffic counts in that area somewhat recently, but we're definitely open to opportunities to meet with you on site to get a better understanding of what that traffic is doing and the impact is to the roads in that area. I know that we have different classifications for our roads based on not only the quantity of traffic that's there, but also the type of traffic. And those classifications of roads are used for determining the level of response time for all sorts of different metrics, for pothole patching to sweeping and things like that. So it might be an opportunity to have a look at those if they're being used even on a short-term basis when detours are in effect, if that should impact the classification of the road that's there. And so it would be myself and the
After leaving a message, you can hang up.
operations manager, Jeff Wiseman, who would be the best contacts to meet up with you for that.
Okay, thank you, Eric. There's a concern I wanted to bring up. We did write a few years ago to former Minister of Transportation, Mr. Trevina, about in electoral area E, which is Miramata, and this is also applicable to other areas such as area D and I think I and probably F and many more. On the road right-of-ways, we have a problem in many communities with the invasive elm trees, and we have the elm seed bugs as a major problem in some areas. And we have a tree replacement program out in Miramata with our parks where we are removing the elm trees and replacing them with different trees. However, you know, it makes a minor dent in the bug issue because of all the invasive trees that are on MOT road right-of-ways. And we haven't seemed to have made any traction on having Modi take or create a program to remove those trees. Do you know if anything is coming forward with that issue?
I do know we have our invasive species group that's based out of our regional office. So if I could get some more specifics sent to me on the trees and what invasive species is affecting them there, I might have an opportunity to work with our invasive species group. They kind of set their own priorities across the whole region, but we can definitely put it on their radar. One other option that we've seen work in a couple areas is if, like, we have an Adopt a Highway program, which is usually used for cleaning up litter on the roadside. But if there are groups out there that want to perform some kind of either tree removal or invasive species work, we may be able to tie that in with our Adopt a Highway program to give some assistance with materials and removal.
Okay, great. Thank you, Eric. I'll go to Director Gettens next, please.
Great, thank you to the chair. I just wanted to say congratulations to our MLAs, so congratulations to you both, and thanks for coming today. I wanted to just say that working with AIM on projects has been really quite positive in Area F. I represent Greater West Bench, which is just west of Penticton, Gross, Summerland, North Beach, which is a bit north up there as well, and also Red Wing. So the projects have been going quite well, and I understand that the Sage Mesa culvert is still on the program request for 2021. Is that right, Eric?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. So hopefully that gets approval, because I think that's a pretty important project to take care of. The main issue really is just the ongoing maintenance issue. And part of the problem in Greater West Bench, of course, is having a residential area that's used as a thoroughfare for industrial trucks. And I'm just wondering if there's any way we can look at maybe doing a maintenance schedule, which is a little bit more just to keep that rural residential feel, recognizing that we've got a number of dump trucks with gravel coming through. So I'd just like to put that out there if that's positive. I think the response has been pretty good, but I think that's just the ongoing issue that we have, especially up and down Bartlett. The trucks are pretty loud as they come down there, and when that road deteriorates a little bit, that certainly exasperates the sound and the nuisance part of it for the residents.
I know I've worked with, sorry. I know I've spoken to Jeff Wiseman, the operations manager for Modi, on this after we've talked a few times. And going forward, we're going to try and have a more systematic approach to stay on top of the debris that the trucks. You got two main gravel pits over there, and yeah, they're continually, even though they are trying to mitigate their spillage, there's still a certain amount of spillage coming off their trucks, as we all know.
And I think too, just the deterioration on the road as well, and just trying to keep it as smooth as possible would be helpful as well. So thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Director Holmes next, please.
Yeah, thank you. Question through Eric, if I may. So I've met for a concern about bicycle safety on Highway 97 between Summerland and Penticton, and how much that highway is used by bicycles. And I really believe it's just a matter of time before we're dealing with a fatality because of that. And we spoke, I don't know, maybe a year or so ago about the idea of doing some sort of count or audit of the number of bikes using that, obviously not this time of year, but in the spring and the summer. And, you know, something at Sage Mesa pull off or something. And I remember the last discussion, weren't really sure how that might work, but I'm just wondering if that's something Moti could look into, is looking into, if not, how we could get something like that started, and how we could use those kind of numbers and analysis to do some sort of needs assessment going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was me. If it was a year ago, it may have been perhaps Jeff Wiseman or someone else. But it is something. Let me talk to Jeff about that to find out. We can certainly have an individual go and manually count it. Unfortunately, our automated devices that we have for counting traffic are just useful for vehicles. We don't have anything that would assist for cyclists, so it would have to be a manual count that was performed by a staff member or multiple staff members, depending on the situation. And we can coordinate with you perhaps to find the best time of year and in an ideal location that we could carry out that count, as long as we get kind of an unbiased count of cyclists that are through there that'll be representative of kind of a typical summer cyclist count.
Yeah, if I could just follow up, I appreciate a manual count would be challenging because it's all, it's all day long and every day. And I don't know if it's something that could be coordinated with the bicycling community, that there's something that they push as they go by, or like, I don't know, I'm just thinking outside the box, but if there's some sort of, there must be some way to count cyclists. So.
Yeah, I think probably the manual way of doing it is perhaps the only way. I guess it would be a little bit of a concern if we had like a enthusiast or cyclist community group involved in the counting, is just, making sure that the counts are accurate and that there wasn't, a cycling event that's planned for that time, perhaps to look at the numbers. It can get a little bit tricky to get unbiased numbers if we involve those type of groups in accounts. But I'm sure we can brainstorm something, even if it is just perhaps a 1 day count taken on a weekend and then a separate 1 day count taken on a weekday. See how that goes from there.
Okay, thank you. Just to let everyone know, I received a note that MLA Rolly Russell had to leave to go to a briefing, and he sends his apologies. I'll go to Director Monteith now, please.
To the chair, Rick, I've quite enjoyed working with yourself and your crew. Whenever we've had some issues in Caledon, you've stepped up. Apex is concerned maintenance. They felt that they haven't gotten enough support, especially early in the morning with residents going up there to go skiing and stuff. They're finding it a bit of a challenge. So I keep encouraging them to call it in and report it, of course. I guess, Eric, I have a question for you, in that when we look at doing large projects, and my residents in Caledon are concerned about the junction of Highway 3A and 97, and it keeps coming up in communication. And I understand that at one point it was looked at. I guess I'm wondering to know, how do we get that looked at again? Is there a process to get it on as a project, or how do I support getting that information from residents brought forward? I'm probably getting at least an email or a message a day. Sometimes not every day, but at least once a week for sure. Just concerned about the speed along this section of Caledon, and just so many left-hand turns off the highway and it just being unsafe. So how do I bring those concerns forward? Thanks.
Yeah, I guess probably the best thing would be to kind of set some priorities for areas that you want to have some of our engineering time dedicated to, because we do have access to our regional engineers. We can look at the history. You mentioned that there may have been a look at that intersection previously. So the first thing we would want to do is bring up any kind of previous study that might have been done in the area. Look if there were any recommendations that came out of that first, or if it's at a stage where it needs to identify what those recommendations are first before anything can be actioned. So really, I guess starting from scratch with that, and contact me directly with the specifics, maybe on what you're hearing the concerns are, and then I'll work with the local team there to dig the information. And then if we get an opportunity to get it on the list of the engineers, then we can start prioritizing that for the whole regional district to get some key items put on the list for the engineers for review.
Sorry, and just to follow up, if I could possibly get your email address. I don't think I've gotten that yet in our communication chains.
Yeah, certainly. There's a chat thing here. I'm going to type it in there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Obert. Go ahead, please.
Yes, and thank you very much. And I share the congratulations for both MLAs. I know Willie Russell's left, and I hope Dan is still here. And thank you to both of you for all you do for us. We have many concerns in Area D, and I think if I go through the list, it'll get too depressing. So I'm just going to make a mention on a couple comments. One is safety, and the other is maintenance. I'll start with maintenance. We have issues with maintenance that just repeat. Upper Carmi, lots of concerns. One of the biggest calls I get is people not happy with road maintenance, with sand, with danger, with safety, but potholes. And it's throughout the district. It's not unique to one street or one area. Skaha Estates, McLean Creek Road. The list is long. In Heritage Hill, or not Heritage Hills, but Okanagan Falls proper, Christian Memorial Park is 7th Avenue is the main road in front. We have potholes there that have been outlined like a death, from a TV show where they put the chalk line on a dead body for months and no repair. Community members say to me with great upset, why? Indeed, during the election, the Liberal candidate, Petra Ventimilla, was there with an executive assistant in Linda Larson's office. And, community members brought this concern forth. And it's not a new concern. It seems that the words don't get heard. The action doesn't follow. It takes a long time. 7th Avenue is adjacent to a set of waterfront parks, a children's toddler park, a spray park. Community has wanted that speed limit reduced to 30 kilometers an hour for years, no response. And times we are told that there's no playground nearby, which is very frustrating to the community when they know the playground is right there. They'd like rumble streets. That's all on 7th. We look at 97th, Highway 97 in Cedar, Highway 97 in 10th. August 1, 2019, I spoke at this board table to the concerns of safety brought to my attention by many community members. Rose Ma, our crossing guard for many years from the school, very unsettled, very upset about the safety at 10th beside the Esso station. And that day, Jeff Wiseman and Steve Surratt were before the board, and they gave a very polite, sorry to hear that, but normal's the reason, it's not going to change. Community's not happy. Normal being the reason it's not going to change is not a happy answer. Media got involved. I got communications from community members, literally the same issue put forth by letter in 2013. I have copies of the letters I can show you. The only response they had was a polite response from Linda Larson as MLA saying thank you for the letter. Jeff Wiseman was the target of the letter. Tom Sidden, my predecessor, was copied on the letter. These things continue year after year, director after director, election after election. So we're having frustration. We're disappointed. We have safety on East Side Road, unsafe left turn at Heritage Highland Drive. We have the intersection, the main one at the turn in the corner of Okanagan Falls. During the election campaign, I went to all the businesses. They expressed concern. People in the businesses said they sat and watched that corner for entertainment for the number of near misses. This isn't a joke. You can go and do it. You can go and watch. But we feel as a community, we get a very deaf ear. We get a very polite dismissal. And so I'm going to stop there because, as I said, the list goes on and on and on and on. But we would really like to know what's going to change. Thanks.
I guess for me, it's I can't tell you exactly what's going to change with the areas unless I get a better understanding of what the concerns are. It sounds like these are existing concerns that have been, if I heard you correctly, from 2013, some of the same items there. I know that our engineering work and our safety projects on the highway are typically prioritized by actual safety data and accidents that are occurring there. So I can only assume that if nothing has been done there, that it's perhaps not made that top of the list just based on the safety data that's there. That doesn't always mean that we can't do something if there are legitimate safety concerns and there's some opportunities for us to perhaps get some improvements made there. But that's just my guess. If it's something that's been this long in the works and nothing's been done, it's likely that it just hasn't been prioritized compared to other areas that are having greater safety concerns with the budget that we have. But at a local level, from our district, we mostly control, a lot of the maintenance and really minor projects that are in the area. We're obviously your liaison for major projects as well with the rest of our ministry and our team. So if it's something that's minor, it might be something that we can handle individually in the district. But if it is like a major, say, an intersection improvement, something in the hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars range, then it'll involve us getting the rest of our business units behind us for that. And oftentimes we won't be able to get that to the top of the list if there's just greater safety issues that are higher on the list for it.
And Eric, if I could suggest, we often do send in lists from our electoral areas of issues, and there have been changes. You're newer to us, and same with Rick, with AIM, and it used to be Argo. Would it be helpful if the electoral area directors each put together a list of any concerns and issues and sent to both of you? Just to make sure that you have the info that maybe we've submitted in the past.
Yeah, I know it would be helpful for me. I know that Jeff, and who unfortunately he's off today, so he wasn't able to attend the meeting. He's got a lot more background and history on a lot of the items that you brought up today. But I think it would be helpful for me to get a better understanding, and then in spring I can take a field trip with Jeff and have a look at some of these issues that are submitted to us. And if you have an opportunity to kind of prioritize the items when you send them over to us, that'll help, because it sounds like there's perhaps a long list of items to be looked at. And if we have an understanding of what you are hearing is the highest priorities, then we can treat it with that same level of attention.
Okay, thank you. Director Obrick, did you have a follow-up? And then I have two more people, and we do need to wrap up and move on.
Yes, and I do, and thank you very much to the chair. That was a great suggestion. The list will be prepared, of course, but I wanted to say to Eric, what a wonderful idea. I'd love to join you on a tour in the spring when it's safe to do so. I think you will be quite amazed at what you see, and would welcome Jeff Wiseman as well. So thank you very much. Great idea.
Thank you. We'll go to Director Trainer next, please.
Hi, my question is for Eric. I just wanted to thank the ministry for the new barriers that are running between along Highway 97 between Summerland and Penticton. I drive that highway multiple times a day, and it's much safer. It feels much safer, especially when you're driving it at night. And not only the median down the middle, but the barriers that run between the last provincial park and Sunoka, I think are going to make a big difference this winter, especially if we get snow. So my question is, what is the status of the plans for barriers north of Summerland, and is that in the queue for a project coming up? I know we had talked about it before, and there was a petition last year after there was a fatal crash. So I just wanted to know where we're at with that.
Yeah, you bet. So when I had a look at that, I made sure that we did all the engineering work for the whole corridor, essentially to the end of the 4-lane in Peachland. So it is being prepped in the queue, and we have the design work and the survey completed for those areas. So it's likely to be something that, unfortunately, it's not something I can announce, but that might be something that's forthcoming depending on the priorities that our government has here. But it has all been prepped from a ministry standpoint to continue with that work.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one more question. It's separate. Just with regards to highway cams, a while back there was a plan to put one at Johnson Street and Highway 7 in Trout Creek. That was a couple years ago, and it's never been installed. So I was just wondering about that. And then also, just when we were talking about bike travel between Summerland and Penticton, could highway cams or some kind of camera be used to count cyclists during the busy times or whenever if we're doing a survey on that?
If I had to guess, I would say we're not able to do that because there's really strict requirements under our use of cameras. We have a whole bunch of privacy restrictions with what we can use the cameras for. So I don't believe that they'd be available to us to do the counts. But I really love seeing additional highway cams, and also on our end, we have what we call RDOS stations, which are road weather information stations, that give us a lot of information that go with the cams, like snowfall accumulation data and traction. And they tell us a lot about the conditions of the road. So it's going to be a push for me to try to get some additional of these stations out that help us make the right decisions around maintenance and provide extra information to AIM roads when they're making those decisions. And also the cameras are just great visuals for understanding what the conditions are, either with congestion or with road conditions. So I'll follow up on that highway cam at, I believe you said it was Johnson Street and Highway 7 in Trout Creek.
Yeah, there was a plan a couple of years ago for it, and it just never got installed. So I just wanted to know what happened with that.
Yeah, I'll find out the answer, and I'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And final question from Director Roberts. Go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair, and it'll be quick. First off, follow up in regards to Director Monteith 3A and 97 South. I'm a paramedic unit chief from Karamias. The increase in traffic and the times that we go through there, that is a problem intersection, and I would support in regards to past pressures in regards to changing that intersection or making it safer. I have to incur and train all my staff to take the upper road that goes to Oliver so that you have a better view, because we're transporting patients in the back, and when people are on the inside lane and then being passed by somebody in the outside lane heading south 97, a lot of times we barely make it across the intersection. And so, we've had to create our own little ways to mitigate issues, and it is a problem. So I just wanted to make sure that I supported and addressed that. And then secondly, I'd just like to thank you, because actually the last meeting that you attended, we brought up our concern of continually being told that we couldn't have 30 kilometers on Scott Road in Headley, a playground, which of course we proved that there was a playground. And I did pass on the thanks to Kylie Odell, but I want to make sure that I pass that on to you as well, because again, I did bring it up to you, and it wasn't too long afterwards that it did get fixed. So, it was an issue in regards to lack of understanding that we were dealing with a playground. So thank you for attending to that issue.
You bet. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Director Roberts. And if I can just add, Rick and Eric, folks in Area E are very thrilled with the work that's being done with Gone Road. Gone Road had gone away, and now it's back. And they're very pleased with that. And Bale has been great to communicate with. I understand there's still a few more things that need to be done there. But thank you very much for getting that road up to speed. And I'd like to go now to MLA Dan Ashton, who's been on the line throughout this meeting, to see if Dan has any comments before we wrap up this session. Go ahead, Dan. Leave us?
No.
No, he's there. Okay. There it is.
Thank you, Carla. Sorry,
Yeah,
Chair.
go ahead, Dan. Yeah,
Okay,
we can
thanks.
hear you.
Good. Thank you very much, folks. Eric, thank you for the updates. Really appreciate it. I apologize. It's a busy day. I look forward to working with Rolly, my counterpart in the South Okanagan, and bringing forth issues. If we do have any, we'll make sure we'll be in touch with you. I did last year about some of the maintenance, and I do a credit to the first year for AIM, and I just hope that through new equipment purchases and everything, that some of the concerns that were addressed to our office will be addressed this winter. I did come down 2 days ago, and it was one of those ugly trips over the Coquihalla, and the part that AIM has, I saw they're hard working at it. So thank you again for doing that. And from my family to each and every one of yours, I wish you a very Merry Christmas, healthy and happy 2021. Hopefully we'll get out of this COVID situation sooner than later. And I look forward to continuing to work with you and bringing things forward, Eric, to yourself and also to the Modi staff in Penticton. So thank you again.
Great. Thank you very much, MLA Ashton, and thank you to MLA Ashton and MLA Russell for joining us today. And we look forward to having them both back at the board table in the new year. Hopefully MLA Russell will be able to get him when he has some more time. And thank you, Eric and Rick, to both of you for taking the time out to join us today. And hope you have a relaxing bit of time over the holidays, and we will definitely have you back at this table in the new year. So thank you very much to both of you.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. And I did, I put my email address in chat, but it said that I only had the option to send that to the host. So it may be something you have to share with the rest of the members so that they get access to my email address. Just wanted to flag.
Yeah, we'll make sure that that goes out again to all the members of the board so that they have your contact info, and Rick Wright's as well.
Perfect. Thanks. And I look forward to hopefully meeting some of you in person, distanced out on the road in the spring, where we can kind of look at some of these issues in person together, and I can get a better understanding. Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Thanks, Rick. Okay, directors, we're going to move on now to item C on the agenda, which is Development Services Building Inspection, and we'll go to C1, which is Appeal of Enforcement of Non-Conforming Use at 118 R Lane Road in Area I. CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this is a single-family dwelling in Cleveland with a suite in the basement, and we don't have a building permit or a final inspection issued on the suite. So over the years, there's been lots of discussion back and forth without any satisfaction on that. Really all we need them to do is come in and apply for a building permit. We usually get excited about suites and basements that aren't inspected because of the potential safety risk to renters. But what we're recommending, Madam Chair, is that we put a notice on title for any future purchasers. And that we commence injunctive action to get either a building permit, or if they want to decommission the suite, they could do that. But we need to prompt them to take some action.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'll go to Director Monteith on this.
So to the chair, I have had a large amount of communication from my residents about this. And just not even this property, but the concept in general, in that secondary suites of this nature are everywhere. And it does feel that there is a bit of a neighbor issue going down behind the scenes on the specific property. I do know that the property, the suite was built with a contractor, and unfortunately they didn't get building permits. But, you know, it's, anyways, long story short, I would like to make the alternate recommendation that we do place a notice on title.
Okay, so you're making a motion to use alternative number 2, which is place a section 302 notice on title.
Correct.
Okay, and is a seconder for that motion? Director Knodel is seconding. Okay, thank you very much. It's still, even though it's not the full recommendation, it's still a negative recommendation, and I want to check to see if the property owner is on the line. Are they, Danny? Yes. And who is that? The name I see, Monica. Okay, so Monica is on the line. And Monica, did you have anything that you wanted to say to the motion that's on the floor right now?
Yes, I would agree with that motion to
She agrees.
Okay, you're fading out, but it sounded like you said you agree with that motion.
Yes.
Yes, okay, yeah, you're quite faint, okay, so, we have the property owner is comfortable with that motion. Do we have any comments or questions from the board? Yes, Director Watt, go ahead, please.
Sorry, thank you, through the chair. Forgive me for the question. What's the enforcement behind this? Registering on title really doesn't mean anything unless the person with the section, whatever it is on title, sells their home. That's the only implication. So what about enforcement moving forward?
So shall we go to Laura Miller?
Well, I mean, the report was initiated by complaint, but with this direction from the board, we would go dormant. So we put a section 302 on title, and then we would leave it.
Yeah, go ahead, Campbell.
Thank you again to the chair. So ultimately, I guess I'm just concerned that the message that gets sent here is do what you feel is right for you, and until you sell your home, we're not actually going to stop you. I just have a concern with that. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Director Bush. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so does this mean the suite wouldn't have to be inspected? To me, it just doesn't seem quite right that it bypasses inspection.
Yeah, we would, with this direction, we would just go dormant on it.
Okay, I'm going to go to Director Vasilaki next, please.
Thank you. Just to go a little bit further than Councillor Watt, are there any safety issues or what kind of issues do we have on this unit in order to take this type of action instead of going all the way and make sure that they don't rent it out to anyone or it's safe for even those people that live in that building at the present time? Thank you.
Yeah, I think we could go to Laura Miller on this. So my understanding, if I'm remembering correctly, it was used before. It was allowed, so I'm not sure if it was inspected back then when it was in use. And so, Laura, would you be able to shed some light on this, please?
Yeah, so it's never been inspected as a suite. It was inspected when the house was first built, just as a basement. So being used as a suite, we don't know if there are adequate fire separations or smoke alarms or other health and safety related issues. We haven't been in the suite itself. It's just basically the complaint that we received, and we do have the history that it was used as a suite going back a few years.
Okay, thank you. Director Monteith, go ahead, please.
To the chair, the suite is currently vacant. She lives alone. She has no intentions of renting the suite, and she hasn't rented it for years. It's just been sitting there vacant. She is elderly and most likely will not be living in her home for long. So to put her through this process after losing her husband is just not logical. You know, it's something that the next homeowner of that property would address most likely if that was what they were going to do, is would use as a rental. What she's using it for is just not, she's not using it. So it just does, in my opinion, it doesn't make sense to put her through all of that when it's just not cost effective.
Right, so just to clarify, it would be the cost of decommissioning the unit. Is that what you're referring to, Director Monteith?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question for CAO or Ms. Miller. If we proceed with this and nothing changes with ownership of the property and we receive complaints in the future, do they go nowhere, or is there a time frame? In a year, do we take new complaints and this could come back to the board for injunctive action?
You know, we would just go dormant.
We would, okay. Thank you. Okay, Director Watt, go ahead, please.
Sorry, thank you through the chair. Not trying to drag this out, but if we register a section 302 on through whatever it is on title, it's going to have to be cleared off by making it right before the owner can sell the property anyway. So it's still going to have to be dealt with.
CAO, is that?
Well, it may or may not. A prospective purchaser may just leave it on title and accept the risk. There's no really enforcement action. Yeah, there's no enforcement action on a notice on title. It's just to notify people that there hasn't been an inspection, but there would be no enforcement on it. A lot of people wouldn't take the risk, and that may affect the sale, but there's no consequences to it.
Right, you can buy property and if the seller has disclosed this or the notice on title covers it, you can still purchase the property.
Yep.
With cash.
You may have trouble getting a mortgage, I don't.
There, that's what he's saying. Director Knodel, go ahead, please.
If the property changed hands, would that trigger, should there be a complaint? Would that then trigger a relook at this, or is it dormant forever at that point?
Under new ownership.
Yeah, you know, with a direction from the board to not enforce, then we'd probably go dormant.
Okay. Thank you. Anything further? We have a motion on the floor for a section 302 notice on title. Director Obrick, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And just listening to what's been said, maybe there's a compromise where the injunctive enforcement can be deferred for a reasonable time. The notice, of course, goes on title, and you get the best of all worlds. You save the owner the cost of the decommission, give time to deal with it, and maybe shut that back door with some kind of a sunset provision or future date limitation. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Director Knodel, is that a leftover hand? Or did you have another comment? Leftover? Okay, so right now we do have a motion moved and seconded for notice on title. And it is a corporate vote. If there's no further comment or question, I will call the question on that. Okay, all in favor? Okay, hands can come down. Okay, anybody opposed? Director Watt, Director Vasilaki, Director Pendergraft, Director Coyne Jr., and Director Sentes. Is there any, oh, Director Rhodes. Anybody I missed? Okay, motion does carry. Sweet bye. Okay, we're going to move on to D, Development Services, Rural Land Use Matters. D1, Agricultural Land Commission referral, non-adhering residential use at 105 Parkville Road in Area C. CAO.
So this is for farm labor accommodation, Madam Chair. There's an existing residence on the property. They want to replace it with a manufactured home, and it would probably accommodate about 10 agricultural workers. And we're recommending that we authorize this to proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission.
Okay, thank you. And I see we have Chris and Rushi participating. Did you have anything you needed to present on this at this time? Yes, no? No, okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Knodel on this. Go ahead with the motion, please.
I move the recommendation, please.
Okay, so the recommendation is to authorize the application for a non-adhering residential use additional residence for farm use to proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission. So that's moved and seconded by Director Roberts is seconding. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments on this? This is a rural vote. Okay, I'll call the question then. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can go down. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. We'll go to D2. Agricultural Land Commission referral, non-adhering residential use at 7622 Highway 97 in Area C. CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this is also farm labor accommodation. The difference between this one and the last one is that this is a small parcel development, and the zoning regulations are different between the two. So this one would require a zoning amendment if it goes to the ALC and is approved and doesn't meet our zoning requirements. So we're recommending that it not be permitted to proceed, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Chris, did you have anything that you wanted to present on this one? Oh, I can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Because, oh, there we go. Nope, still can't hear you. Do you want to shake your head?
I think he's just going to say no.
Say no. Yeah, I can understand the head movement.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a no. Thank you. I'm going to go to Director Knoedel on this one. Go ahead, please.
I'd like to move the alternate. I'd like to move it forward to the LC. One thing I wasn't able to correct with Roshi before the meeting, this owner also owns the adjacent piece of property to the west. Also, it's serviced by municipal water, which makes it quite preferable. Further, the owner, the manager, the owner and manager lives on the property, so it puts him in direct control of his employees. It's central to his other parcels of land. And it does fit with the Agricultural Land Commission's current outlook on foreign farm labor. We're going to see a lot more of these in the future, given the problems that have arisen with transient Canadian labor in the last year and actually in the past. These farmers are looking for secure workforces, and they're having problems attaining them with the local workforce. So they're finding it very necessary to carry on with this. So yes, I'd like to move that it goes ahead to the LC, please.
Okay, so Director Knoedel is moving alternative number 1, that the board authorize this application to go forward to the Agricultural Land Commission. Is there a seconder for that? Director Coyne Sr. is seconding. Thank you. Any comments or questions on this? It is a rural vote. I'm not seeing any hands coming up, so I am going to call the question. All in favor? Okay, hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. We'll go on to D3. Electoral Area G, Official Community Plan Project, Citizens Advisory Committee Terms of Reference, CAO.
Yeah, these are pretty standard, Madam Chair. So this is just setting us up to proceed with the Area G OCP.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Roberts on this.
I'd like to be able to move this as presented.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Director Knoedel. Thank you. Any questions or concerns with this? It is a corporate vote. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up. I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. And is anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go on to D4, Official Community Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendments for Electoral Area D, Residential Zone Update, Comprehensive Development Zones Phase 3. And just a reminder, this is out of the public hearing this morning. We had first off at 9. I'll go to CAO.
This is just an update of the residential requirements in the Area D OCP, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Obert. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, Director Obert has moved this to go to third reading. I see a seconder is Director Pendergraft. Okay, thank you. This is a rural vote. Any questions or concerns? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Okay, carries. Thank you. We'll go to D5. Electoral Area Official Community Plan Bylaw Review Schedule, CAO.
We have our schedule of OCP reviews entrenched by resolution, Madam Chair. So when there's a change, we bring it back just to get it on the record. So this is recognizing that Area E will precede Area C.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody willing to make this motion? Director Gettens, seconded by Director Obert. Any questions or comments? This is a rural vote. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. And was anybody opposed? Motion carries. Yeah, it takes us down to E, Legislative Services, E1, Apex Mountain Fire Protection, CAO.
So this is the Apex Mountain Fire Brigade now petitioning to become a department, meaning that they have access to taxation. So this would recommend that we give the establishment bylaw first, second, and third reading, Madam Chair, that the Board of Directors authorize electoral area approval from through a referendum, and that the referendum take place on March 27th, 2021.
Okay, thank you. It's a pretty lengthy recommendation here. I'm going to go to Director Monteith on this. Go ahead, please.
I would love to make the administrative recommendation.
Great. It's been moved, seconded by Director Roberts. Thank you. Any questions or concerns with this one? This is a weighted corporate vote. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up. Therefore, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Okay, hands can come down. And was anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. That takes us down to CAO's report. Verbal update.
Nothing new for me, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to Chair's report. I've got a few notes here to go through. So back on December 10th, CAO and I had a really good meeting with Mayor Vasilaki and Penticton CAO just to discuss shared services and future potential for regional services and how that should get started right off the ground. So that was a great start. We're going to certainly have more meetings in the new year. We also participated in the RCMP Mayor's Update and Roundtable that was hosted by Mayor Vasilaki. So thank you very much for hosting that, John. That was appreciated. And we also, right after that, many people were on the call. We participated in the first group update by the new Minister of Municipal Affairs, Minister Osborne. On the 14th, we had our first sort of electoral area directors roundtable discussion, which provided updates on what all of us have done in our electoral areas and things to come. And just to update one another, we invited municipal members as well. Some participated in that. It sounds like it was really well received and productive. And we came to a conclusion that we're going to try and do that quarterly and make sure that we include everybody, but we want to be very careful that we do form quorum and that we should move forward by maybe convening a corporate services meeting if we're going to have the whole board there participating. But that was an excellent 3-hour session that we had. On the 15th, CIO Newell and I had our first meeting with Chief Gabriel and his CIO Joe Johnson, as well as the rest of his team. And that meeting was just to discuss Sickle Point, and they were very supportive of that acquisition and the need to conserve that land. So a very positive meeting, and we talked about having more meetings in the future. So we're going to try and have some regular meetings with Chief Gabriel and his team to discuss not only Sickle Point, but all kinds of different issues and mutual concerns. Then I joined the SOICS meeting, the South Okanagan Immigrant and Community Services meeting, but I did miss a portion of that due to the meeting with Chief Gabriel, but those folks continue on with their great work. And that same night we had our second storage container public hearing, which had actually 6 with me board members on that call, so that was great. I think we had about 9 members of the public joined in for that. So that's the past 2 weeks for me, and of course this is our last board meeting of 2021, so I'd like to take this opportunity to wish everyone Merry Christmas and hope that you get some time to relax over the holidays. We don't meet for 3 weeks now, so we do get a bit of a 3-week break, and we will be back on January 7th for a regular board meeting again. So that's it from me. We're going to move into board representations. So we don't have Director McCordoff, so I'm not sure if there was anything passed on to Director Rhodes on sustainable rural practices.
Yes, she asked me to do the fill-in for her on it. Of course, we had the sustainable wine growing certificate highlighted. Kate East for that. I was surprised to find out that grapes take considerably less water than fruit, and that was a surprise to me. The biggest thing that scares me is right now is the invasive clams that have turned up in the Shuswap, and if we haven't got enough to worry about with the invasive mussels, we now have an invasive clam that can be quite detrimental. Fortunately, it's not quite as prolific as the zebra aquagra mussel. It doesn't proliferate quite as fast, but none the same. It's always a concern when you have something coming your way that can be detrimental to your waterways. So that's a real concern. Of course, we're still arguing with the various departments over the zebra mussel and their effect with rototilling. So that's going to be an ongoing issue for a while yet. So Director Cummings is basically handling that issue. Other than that, we're just carrying on nicely. We've got some advertising programs out there, and we're Don't Move a Muscle program is carrying on, and it will be business as usual for the OBWB. I will hope that Director Obrick's group from Vassal Lake will bring that issue forward to the OBWB on the siltation. That's something we should all be looking at. And with that, thank you very much, and Merry Christmas to all, and be safe out there through the season. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Knoll. It sounds like we've got a bit of an OBWB update there. Director Holmes, and did you have anything to add to that?
Well, I'll just touch on a little further about the presentation regarding the sustainable wine growing. It was quite impressive. There was a winery in the Yellow area that did a pilot did some soiling sampling, and they divided their whole vineyard into 29 different irrigation zones, and and they, after the soil sampling, they were able to figure out some zones didn't require any watering at all, and they were able to adjust which zones needed how much water, and that whole process, they've saved 50% of cost of irrigation. So it was a pretty impressive presentation. So it's kind of the way of the future for wine growing.
Great, thank you very much. We didn't have anything new from MFA or MIA. Director Gittins, anything from Okanagan Film Commission?
Just our annual general meeting is tonight. That's it.
Okay, great, thank you. Okanagan Regional Library Board, I know Director Monteith hasn't started yet. She's taking over from me. Their next meeting is not until February. Unless Director Monteith, did you have anything to add? I don't know if they've had you do anything as of yet.
Nothing yet.
Okay, great. So they'll get to you in the new year. Director Bush, Okanagan Kootenai Star Insect Release Board.
Yeah, I have nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. Silga, just can add that Silga's moving forward with planning for the convention or an AGM, which is at the end of next April. And based on COVID, we need to go virtual. So we're going to be working on planning a virtual convention. So stay tuned. Director Knodel, anything with Simia?
Wait, thank you.
Okay. Director Bush, Starling Control?
Yeah, we have a meeting coming up on January 14th, I think, and then I'll give a report then. But I'd just like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas while I'm on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Pendergraph, anything with Fire Chief Liaison Committee?
Nothing to report from there, but Merry Christmas, everybody.
Great, thank you. And the last one, Intergovernmental Indigenous Joint Council. Actually, I just reported on that with our meeting with Chief Gabriel. Okay, so now we're going to go, folks, to director's motions. Did anybody have a notice of motion to present? Director Roberts, I see your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. I'd like to make a notice of motion that the apportional amount that was made per capita via the COVID funding be allocated to the by population in each of the electoral areas, and have a cut-off put in place that if they haven't met the requirements that those things meet, that then it can be put back into the general pot before the door closes next December 2021.
Okay, so that...
And Merry Christmas.
We don't have that in writing. I don't think so. Ms. Malden, did you get that?
Did I get that, or would I get that? Yes, I definitely will. We'll formulate a recommendation for the next meeting.
Perfect. Thank
That'd be great. I could talk slower.
You're going to need to.
Thank you, Director Roberts. I'm going to go to Director Monteith now. Go ahead, please.
To the chair, I have two. So I'd like to propose that we do a boundary and financial allocation and service level review on the BC and regional transit service.
Okay, thank you. And I know you have submitted that in writing to Ms. Malden and CLO Newell. Okay, so that we will see come forward to the next meeting. And you had a second one, correct?
I do. So that a bylaw review be done on the financial distribution of the Mosquito Control Service, and consideration to how the Okanagan Regional Library funding model is used.
Great, thank you very much. So I think most people are aware the ORL funding model is based on 50% assessed value and 50% population. So we will see that motion come forward in January. Anybody else have a notice of motion they wish to present? Director Monteith, that's a leftover hand, I'm assuming? Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands up for notice of motions. That takes us to the last item, which is board members' verbal updates. Did anybody have an update they'd like to provide from their area today? Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to ask Director Vasilaki if his Santa outfit is just from the waist up, or does he have a full outfit?
Oh, that's awesome.
Stand up so we can see it.
It's from it's from the waist up, just to show the spirit and the Greek culture thing when it comes to Christmas. Thanks a lot for bringing it up, though. That's great. Thank you. Merry Christmas, everybody.
I gotta say, I never saw my Greek father do that, put his Santa suit on. So thank you, Director Vasilaki, for doing that for me today. And actually, it's quite fitting. It's my father's birthday today. You know, he passed away over a year ago, but you just represented wonderfully being the Greek man that you are, wearing the Santa suit. So thank you for that. Director Kanoto, go ahead, please.
Just want to say is now that we're the hot spot for COVID in the Okanagan, I want to wish all the frontline workers, hospital workers, the absolute best for the season. It's not a place that I'd want to be, and I really respect what they're doing. Thank you very much.
Great, that's excellent. Thank you very much, Director Kanoto. Anybody else have a comment before we wrap up? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So folks, please stay healthy and safe over the holidays. And for those of you who are looking for something to do, put together a list for Rick and Eric with AIM and Modi. I'm sure they would love to get going on that over the holidays.
Sorry, just
Director Gettins, go ahead.
So just on that, with the invasive species, when they're asking for some points of contact for that, it might be worthwhile putting a list together for that as well from your area.
Do you mean locations? Yeah. What we will do is we'll certainly forward to Eric what we have sent to Minister Trevina a few years ago. And if needed, we can certainly put together a list of areas where those invasive elms are. They probably know, but we can ask them if it would be beneficial. But our issues in the past have been budget. Their budget didn't have that in the budget to go take down all those trees. It's actually quite expensive to remove those giant trees, was part of the problem.
We just paid for one.
Yeah, yeah. But we will get started on that with them. Last chance, anybody else have anything to bring up? No? Okay, everybody, happy holidays, take care, and we will see you in January.